I am sure sports. You know me there. I'm coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know the game play, that me not say it. If me never seen a game, me no know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you are gonna love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crap of players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment. Let me know what your thoughts are.
Tricknick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, Scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices. Add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Tricknick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
All right. Good morning and welcome to I Am Sure Sports. I am your host. My name is Man. Let's make sure that we fix the mic right and get the microphone right and get everything going. How you doing, people? Hope you're having a wonderful morning and this fantastic day. Yes. It is Tuesday. It is transfer deadline day. Both in Europe and in the local Jamaica transfer market. That means that JPL teams will be able to make their last set of deals today, and this will go all the way up. And well, once it's done today, you can't do any transfer unless a player is a free agent until in the summer. And so far, I mean, for those of you who would not have heard, Jorginho, the Chelsea midfielder, the Italian, who when Mikel Arteta was at Man City, 31 years old, he has moved to the Emirates on a $12 million transfer. Yes, $12 million. It's a 18-month contract. He's 31 years old. And so he will play there for the end of the season. I think Chelsea are still trying to get Enzo Fernandez to come in, but there seem to be some difficulties with that happening. Arsenal have also sent out the young Brazilian that they signed in the summer, Marquinhos, on loan to Championship club Norwich City, and Omar Kik is also out on loan as well. Today there is also the second leg of the Carabao Cup semifinals. Newcastle versus Southampton, and I think Manchester United will be playing their second leg against Nottingham Forest. Yes, because Manchester won the first leg of that tie by 3-0. So their second leg will be played tomorrow, but Newcastle and Southampton will be playing today in the second leg. At this point, Newcastle has a 1-goal advantage going into the second leg tie against Southampton. All right. There are also news out there that Manchester United are trying to get Bayern Leverkusen Sabitzer at the club. They're still working on a deal to get him in. You would also would have heard that Sean Dice has come in as manager at Everton, and they have sold Gordon to Newcastle in a $45 million deal. All right. So lots of news happening. We will give you all the breaking news, both in the local marketplace and in Europe. Welcome to the show. As usual, I am Manning's Man. I want to thank every single one of you for being a part of the show today. Today, we will be also opening up our lines so that you can call in as we go through, share information, and you can also just give us your thoughts as we go. All right. So please remember that you can call in at any point at the show. All right. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks to all our subscribers, all our viewers, and all the persons who share our content. We are under 10 subscribers away from hitting the 5,000 mark. And it would be nice if you can get a few persons to subscribe to the platform so we can hit that target. All right. Again, big up to all of you. I see one been a minute, sir. Big up yourself. I see Fresh God. The Maxwell, the leader, is there as well. See Warren Webster, Damian Corradas. Big up yourself, Gunners man, up and running. Yeah, so yeah, man, Jacko, big up yourself, Jacko the baller, up and running. All right, so we're going to get into some of the stuff that we want to share, but I have to talk to my NFL fans, right? Because we have not been doing any NFL shows, but the Super Bowl will be in 2 Sundays, right? Which will be the Philadelphia Eagles going up against the Kansas City Chiefs. And this is actually the first time that 2 black quarterbacks will be meeting in the NFL finals game, the Super Bowl game, right? Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes, who I have as one of the greatest quarterbacks of all times. Now, there was this big comparison between him and the quarterback for the Buffalo Bills, Joe Allen. And then when Joe Allen lost, they started saying that it was Joe Burrows. And, in the game, the conference playoff, the Kansas City Chiefs defeated the Bengals, Joe Burrows and the Bengals. They advanced to play the Philadelphia Eagles, who defeated San Fran. So it will be big Philadelphia versus Kansas City Chiefs. I know, Patrick Mahomes is nursing an injury, but I am telling you, yeah, I am still believe that he'll be able to pull this one off. All right. So, lots of transfers happening. Like I said, Everton signed 2 players, Harrison Ashby from West Ham, and they have also signed Anthony Gordon from. Anthony Gordon is a player who was at Everton and he signed up there. Big up Wayne Evans as well. Big up Island Boy. Yeah, man. Also, the player that we could see suiting up for Jamaica very soon, Deshaun Bernard. He's now Manchester United had called him back, and so now he has gone to Portsmouth on loan from Manchester United. He's 22 years old, and he played once for Manchester United in European competition, right? So he has moved in this window, I think, for more playing time. He's hoping, so that's good for him. At least he'll be playing And if he can start getting some game under his belt, I think he's one that the national team could have for the future. And I'd really love for the persons around these players, right, to actually please like encourage them to start getting all their documentation. The truth is that if you desire to play for Jamaica, if you have that desire, I would say to you, it doesn't hurt to get the documentation. It doesn't hurt to get the documentation because you want, when you're called up, you have the requisite documentation to do it, right? Because if you get it and you don't use it, it don't hurt you. It's not like it is billions of dollars, right? So if you're a professional and you say, you know what, I want to keep my options open, right? If Jamaica calls me, I want to make sure that I'm ready. I would just go ahead and process the documentation. Now, if you're facing hiccups and roadblocks, then in getting it, then that I can understand. But I would say to the players, listen, all the players, the Deshaun Bernard, the Ethan Laird, all of these guys over there, they see with Zach Lovelace, I mean, should have had his parents should have worked on that as a youngster. Just go ahead. If you are in the United Kingdom or anywhere else in Europe, or you're in North or South or Central America, you have a desire to play for Jamaica, or you can play for Jamaica or any other nation outside of the nation that you presently reside in, I would say to you, begin to see if you can process the necessary document right now and don't wait until you're called, because, you know, a good run of games could see you being called up. If you're a Jamaican, if you live in Jamaica and you qualify to play for the United States, get your new United States citizenship. It goes vice versa. I'd love that, so that when these players are called in, we don't have to be worried about will they have the requisite documentation in time to represent the country and stuff like that. That would be ideal for me. So I'm hoping that I'll see Deshaun Bernard, the Kiddo Taylor Hart, and the Amari Hutchinson, because I also believe that the players who have documentation are a little ahead of the game. So people like Nathan Ferguson and the Tyrese Mitchell, the Dwight McNeil, Max Aaron's, though he's I think Max Aaron is going to be playing in the under-21s for England. Lloyd Kelly, all of these guys, Morgan Gibbs-White, whether England is going to call you for 1 or 2 games or youth football, if you know that you have some connection or roots to some other nation in the Caribbean, not just Jamaica, but in the Caribbean, just go ahead and find out what is the process for getting my citizenship or a passport for that nation. That if that nation at any point says, I would love to invite this player to come and play for us, you already are ahead of the game. That's just my advice, right? And I'll say on the federations, the MAs in the Caribbean, that for 2026, start reaching out to the players and say to them, just a general, all of them, just say, listen, we understand that you have a heritage in this Caribbean country. Would love at some point to probably look at you, but for you to represent, you need a citizenship. Can you start processing that? So it works both ways. All right. So that is just my simple little advice before we get into the meat of the matter in this transfer talk and JPL breakdown. Firstly, I have to bring up something. I'm going to go to the JPL, some JPL stuff first, right? Because the transfer come in, we will we'll give you them up to date and saying what is happening in the transfer window. All right. As you know, Cancelo has also joined Bayern Munich on loan from Manchester City, and he has dispelled rumors that there is bad blood between him and Pep Guardiola. He says there's nothing of the sort. All right. So let me just say this. All right. Now, the couple of seasons when the games were played up at the Captain Horace Burrell Center, we saw for the first time some of the best football, I would say, in a long, long time in Jamaica. All right? We saw some of the best football in Jamaica for a long time when the games were played up by the Captain Horace Bowers Center for Excellence, the JPL games. We also saw in the playoffs at Sabina Park last season how the quality of football, jam-packed stadium, nice party atmosphere, and some good football being played at Sabina Park. Now, let's bring it to this season. This season, we have, like me personally, I've seen some of the worst football played in the history of Jamaica. And I know some of the coaches are going to knock me, but I'm telling you, if sponsors look at this, they would not be happy with the product on the field. So I started looking at what has changed. The coaches have upgraded their license, so they are better. We have players who have come back from overseas. The players have improved. Many of them have been called into the national team, so the players are better. The club management system and structure is better from that pandemic time to now. The sponsorship is better. The one thing that is worse is the playing surface. So, here is the issue. It is not the coaching that is poor, or the players that are poor, or the payment that they are getting that is poor, or the sponsorship. The league is being run good by the PFJL, Mr. Christopher Williams, Owen Hill. These guys are at the game. Stephen Douglas. These guys are all around monitoring what is happening. The issue is the surface. And I don't know who is responsible. Who is responsible? And I'm going to talk about the surfaces that I've seen games played on. That if they are not addressed, games should not be allowed to play on them. All right? Number one, that Jamaica college surface from schoolboy football, it has been the same. Lots of grass, but too bumpy for football. If the field, the surface needs to be watered and rolled. And if it cannot be rolled, no game should be played on it. And the footballers, so let me talk to the footballers. Footballers, when you play on the fields like that, you need to strike. Here's why. Because it is you the scouts are looking at. It is you the coaches are looking at. And none of the people looking at you, local or internationally, are going to take the excuse of the field. They are going to say, you are not good. You can't control. What kind of miskick is that? So as a whole, players, you need to come together. And when the surfaces are not right, you make a decision that you're not playing on it because it is not properly and adequately prepared to playing good football. That's the JC field. The second field is Mount Pleasant. Nicely grass, good atmosphere, but the surface is horrible. I walked on the field, and here's what I'll say to you. It has been in better conditions before. So these things are not impossible to fix. I've seen the surface at Draxall, smooth, nicely watered, all right, are wet, nicely rolled, ball rolling. It needs to be sorted out. And players, you need to talk to them. Listen, I spoke to players who, that is their home ground, and players who are visiting teams. And they complained about how their ankles felt as they play on the surface. We have to do better. The quality of play will be affected based on the quality of the field. So that's two surfaces. Arnett Gardens is the third one. It started out very well. Very well. Very well. It looks very good in the it looked very good in the beginning. And you saw that the quality of play was awesome, good, slick, passing, quality goals. Now, because so many games have been played on it, the surface has deteriorated, which is understandable. Which is understandable. Right? So they give it a break. Fine. Get it fixed up. Get it back to the quality that it was when the league started. Now, I know a game was played at Waterhouse. I didn't see, so I can't talk about that. And games have been played at Tivoli. I can't talk about that. Games have been played at Effortville. I don't know what the surface is like. I can't speak to that. Right? Games have been played at the Wembley Center of Excellence. I can't talk about that. All right? I can't talk about the what I've seen at Mobay. It's highlights, so I can't talk about that. But I have not heard any player say this particular field is good. The only one that I've heard players speak about in terms of highly recommending is Arnett Garden. The Stadium East is nicely grassed, but the ball does not roll on it. In fact, I'm going to tell you how the fields are bad. None of our national teams will train on them. And when we have visitors, we don't send them to train on the fields in these conditions. I guarantee you, if the Brazil national team were going to go up to JC or Mount Pleasant to train, the fields would be in better condition. I am 100% sure that if Brazil came to Jamaica and said, we are going to have our training session at Jamaica College or at Mount Pleasant or at Waterhouse, any one of the fields, the conditions of the field would be in way, way better condition. We must do better for our own. I didn't want to go there this morning, but I have to, man. Because when I look at the league, when it was being played up at the Captain Horace Burrell Center of Excellence, everybody was talking, boy, the football looking good. I mean, I remember Dumby Holden making 13 passes to score a goal. Teams were making 27, 30, 40 passes, just knocking the ball around. I mean, that whole season, the goals were so excellent. And we have just, come on, man. We have to do better where the fields are concerned. Because I cannot understand why when visitors come, the fields are nicely rolled and watered. We must remember that the product now is being seen all across the Caribbean. You know? Our football product is being seen all over the world. It's on YouTube. I see the ball coming to players and listen, the ball coming and they have to put their entire body, they have to bend over their body, twisting in all different kind of positions so that at least the body can stop the ball. We have to do better. And organizers, Mr. Hill, you need to challenge the people who are preparing the grounds. The competition, Mr. Campbell and Mr. Daly, big up on yourself. All right, here's the thing. There needs to be some fines for the people. So remember, JC's rented, Mount Pleasant, the surface they use at Draxall, they rent it. So Mount Pleasant is not responsible for preparing the field. The people who they rent it from. Same thing with JC, you know, JC's rented. You know. So if you rent a house from a landlord and you tell him that you want it to be painted in pink and then paint it in black, you're going to withhold the rent until him paint the house in the color, or you don't use the house. That must happen with the surfaces. Or we go back to playing the games on only the best surfaces, which is the Captain Horace Burrell Center, the National Stadium, and Sabina Park. And let who complain. Because teams were crying out for the games to go all across Jamaica, but we did not take time to prepare the fields. All right? So I had to deal with that part on the JPL news. I'm going to take some of your comments. I wasn't ignoring them. I just wanted to rant a little bit because it's bothering me, man, because the standard has fallen again. All right? Warren Webster says carrying the Eagles. Wayne Evans says, up management, enough blessing the JPL can get players from the rest of the Caribbean. Yes, they can. Each team, they have 8 slots for international players. But, I mean, the field needs to be fixed, though. The fields need to be fixed when we go bring players from overseas. Come on. All right, let me see. Let me get some more. A lot of greetings here. Big up Ian Campbell. Big up all the persons. Up Jason Guna. All right. Kebron Mas Solomon says JC Grounds is not good. Yeah, man. All right. Thanks, Island Boy. Yeah, man, for the super sticker. Man, this makes sense, but the federation should reach out plus have clear and detailed instructions on what's needed and assist if asked to obtain the necessary documents. Yeah, that's why I say it's 2-part. That if the players have an interest, they should, but the federation should. But don't wait. And I would say the federation shouldn't wait until the back end, but players who want to, because remember, the truth is there are so many players that it's going to take a while for all of them to probably be reached out to. But you know that you want to before anyone else does. So you can start the process. All right? So that's all I'm saying, Warren Webster. I'm not shifting responsibility from the federation to the players. I'm saying that it can be dual. All right. Yeah, man. Blessings, Wayne Evans. Fresh God said, true, man is man. The round that just finished is one of the worst I've seen in years. Listen, man. For the games that came on TV this round, it was terrible. And it's not because the players are not good, because we have seen these same players on good surfaces. All right? Jaxall need to be fixed. JC needs to be fixed. There you go. So I'm not the only one. Ball bouncing up on all 4 TV games I saw this weekend. Players have to focus on setting the ball. They can't even look up for their next option. Awesome. All right? Rich Paul Sports says, greeting management. He's greeting everybody. It seems there are some articulate commentators here looking forward to reason, content, questions, and reality. Talk, speak. All right? Blessings, Sir Richie. Having license doesn't mean you're better. True, it only helps. So far, I have done a D and I'm doing a UFC license, and the only thing I have learned so far is how to big up one. All right, big up boss. That's true. But I think the coaching has improved, right? It may not be significant, but there is. The thing with, I hear people that, well, the under-17 team will be playing Trinidad and Tobago in 2 games, right? One will be on the 4th, and I think the other one is the 7th. And the first game will be played at St. Elizabeth Technical High School on the 4th, right? So you should go out and support that. And then we'll get a true look at what the surface is like. I also don't know if you know that I've said this before, but the national senior team will be playing Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, Trinidad and Tobago played a game over the weekend and they defeated St. Martin, who is not a FIFA member, by 2-0. They will come into Jamaica in March to play 2 games against the national team as both team prepares for the Nation League fixture. Trinidad has 2 games in Nations League. They have Nicaragua, I believe, and the Bahamas. to play, and they need to win those games to progress to the next stage of the competition. All right, Jamaica will be playing Mexico, but the local contingent of players will be playing against a local contingent of Trinidad and Tobago players, and that is going to happen in March, on March the 8th and March the 12th. Yeah, so 2 games. So good series of game between seniors and juniors. We'll see who will come out on top. All right, to me the round concluded just now. The players didn't look unmotivated. Maybe it's me alone. See it still. Yeah, this one says, bless up. I hope you're ever ready with your positive, insightful vibes. Okay. Mount Pleasant, management, have you seen the Mount Pleasant field? How is it? The field at the academy is very good. Because they have, the thing is that they have 4 surfaces in total. But I know they have asked for approval. It has not yet been approved because it has to be approved, right? So once that is done, you'd have heard Mr. Gould. If you have not listened to the interview, he was on the program yesterday and he spoke to that, all right? Yeah. All right, so let's see. If I miss some of your comments, just put them back, right? And then we will get back. Big up Military Guna, who was at Draxal on Sunday. We were there. You understand me? Yeah, we were there. JFF looking sponsor for 3 extra players. Management, can you? Hey, leader. Those days are over. Those days are over, my friend. You hear me? Those days are over. And the JFF, let me say this. The days of helping players are over, man. It's a new year. The JFF have new management, new marketing, new management. They don't need no help for no sponsorship, man. Come on, man. All right, so they don't need any help. There is enough resources at the federation. No patriotism, man. Come on, man. There's enough money at the federation. We just have an Adidas deal. We can't be asking for those things, man. And I know that for the next couple of cycles, FIFA. Come on, leader. Nobody from the GFF ask you to seek sponsorship for them for 3 players. Don't do that. That is not that is not good, man. Come on, man, leader, man. Behave. Nobody, you are doing it on your own, leader. You chose to do that and say that, which is not good for the federation, right? I'm going to pin the link. So if persons want to come on and watch, remember to hit the like button. Remember to subscribe as well to I Am Sure Sports TV and I Am Sure Sports Caribbean. All right. So I'm pinning the link so that if you want to come on, you can come on. I think someone has joined. All right. Let me just do this. I'm going to add to the stream in a couple of minutes so that they can come and share their thoughts. So let me pin the link for you. We have a lot more information to give you. We're going to give you some transfer. I'm going to talk about. All right. So we have the leader and we have Ryan, Elite Sports TV, Ryan LFC.
Good morning, leader. I'm your leader.
Ryan LSP is sponsored by what? Prestige Finance? I for watching people that sponsored by them financial company nowadays, you know.
Yes, leader. So the people want to hear, leader, what are you talking about? About sponsorship.
Okay. No man. It's just some thoughts. I know they're looking sponsorship for them. I didn't say from anybody in particular, but the 20-man list is out. I think you saw it, right?
No. You don't just throw something out and just the 20-man list is out. You are confirming that persons within the JFF have said to you that they need sponsorship for 3.
No, not like that. No, not like that. I never said that.
Explain to me like what?
Someone I was speaking to said they're going to be seeking sponsorship for the youngsters. Because they're taking 20 and they can take 3 additional. So they're going to be seeking. I didn't say.
No, I'm trying. Okay, so you have to clarify and confirm those things. When they say they are seeking sponsorship,
I
so
didn't say they were seeking it from like you or
no,
from the
no,
public.
no, no, man. So here's what I'll tell you,
The
Read back
20 paper by thing there, you know. The
leader,
20 paper by CONCACAF.
leader, right? So when CONCACAF has a tournament, right, all the expenses of the players, the coaching staff, all the persons associated with up to a certain amount, their traveling is paid for, which is air travel, ground travel, food, and hotel accommodation is all paid for. All right. So if there are 3 players that they would like to have as part of their provisional squad, that's a little bit of money, leader. I put
True,
it.
true.
So they should not.
Especially when you do that thing, yeah, man.
It would be it it would be embarrassing if, given the new move of the JFF, that they would come out and suggest something of this sort.
No, it wasn't to go to out there like that. We were just speaking.
Then why you put it out there then, leader?
Okay, I'll have to. Anyway, it's they're going to be speaking it. So, but and I know you have
leader.
very
Leader,
strong
You're the
strong backers and so on.
this
That
is
you
the,
know you
this
could.
is
leader,
this
leader,
is the
stop.
reason why so much problem in the football in the leader. People like you with them things here,
I
you know.
never said they had a resource problem, but
Leader,
they
leader,
can never have too much
stop.
fun.
Leader, stop. See what they call the past problem now, and you expect us to just talk over it like that. Hear me out now, because that's why the pressure the blogger them a say. I pay arms out so I go on with. And that's what come on, you know. When me hear JF on the 3, that's why me have to come on and say, where this? Many things are good and only for money in the football federation. Say if 3 players go travel. Now Trump change that as the management say. And leader, you have to go get the beating like everybody else. Bro, you need to stop them thing there, brother. Stop it. Like making bad for we, brother. Stop it. Or we are stop one by one, brother. And we must stop them thing there, brother. And cause problem for a week. Because sometimes I leave the vlogger, the man more come on the show, you know. I add fuel to fuel, you know, brother. Stop it, leader. And I hope a mistake you make. But you still have to get beaten. Yeah? Everybody have to them, even me, if I do something like that, brother, we don't want to go back down the rabbit hole like last year. We are trying to move forward and leave JFF to hang themselves. Them say them a change, make them change. So that's why I run come on the program and I say, wait there. Leader. Wow. And that credible. We got it, you're credible, brother. You make me start to think about what to take from you going forward. You know, I hope you don't feel no way about. I am trying to eliminate all of them things. Devon Porter get fee man last week and my ball. But it's what it is. You know? Yeah, Mannings, man. Why, leader?
Yeah, man, respect that, Ryan. But you understand me, leader, because Ryan is right, you know, because other people going to take this and it's going to turn into a big story when there is no story. You understand me?
No, there's no real story. No man,
Yeah.
that's yeah.
You have to be more responsible. All right, so let's move on. All right. So you were now going to talk about the under 17. All right, because I heard you on Team Sports earlier today, and the list. I think you have to clarify that list because the list is not accurate. All right.
There it's 99% accurate. I just confirmed there's one error on it, but it's 99.9% accurate.
All right. Okay. So I have the list. You know. All right. So I'm going to.
Yeah, so how much difference is mine from yours? I think there's one name I know that
Yeah.
there was an error.
All right. But go ahead and say what you want to say about the list. About the you share your thoughts, and then
Well,
I'll listen to it, then I'll comment.
there were
Yeah.
seven overseas invitees. I like the names that are there. I think well, it's not 7. It's actually I think that's 9. It's actually will be 9 if you include the 2 other reserves. I don't know if you can confirm that one there. It's a nice blend. We have an overseas keeper in reserve. We have a former Reggae Boys son. I think he's also in reserve. You know, the actual that made the final 20. The goalkeeper from Prime is there. right? We have the left winger from Inter Miami, right? He is there doing well. We have this center forward
So let me
from
just give
Richmond. That's
overseas
the list,
players,
but unseen. That's my list. You put it up.
that is your list.
Yeah, that's I know it because actually, man, seriously. So even you have the list. That's the list I gave somebody, man. Come
Huh?
on, man. That's the
So
list that it has the same one error on it. I thought you had a
no,
different
no,
list.
no, man, I have a different list.
Oh, because so put up that one because unless
No,
the Eagles
this is
the Eagles
because
drop out of the sky.
no. This is a list that you are working with.
Oh, yeah, man.
Right.
Yeah.
So this what you want to put up you want to put up a
Yeah, man,
different
put
list.
up your list. I make the
No, but
comparison. I want to see
this is a
your
list.
list.
Leader, what wrong with you, man? Yo, leader, what wrong with you, man? What wrong with you? Isn't this where you're giving the names from, leader?
Yes.
So why you want me to put up something different? Me not understand you.
Okay, but let's move on. Okay, let's just call the names then that I know about here,
Oh,
right?
you wanted to
Joshua.
call it? All right, let me say this to you. It cannot be breaking news because you talked about it already.
Well, that is true.
All right,
So
so let's
anyway,
go.
we could just go on.
Let's go. So
We
the goalkeeper. Let's go to
have two overseas goalkeeper on the list.
the first goalkeeper is Tishuyen, right?
Lynn from Mount Pleasant. I think he's the number one.
Right, right. And then you have Joshua Grant.
He
From
is on reserve from Inter
right, he's
Miami.
a goalkeeper from Inter Miami Academy. He's on reserve. Right. You have Samir Blose from
Yes,
Prime FC.
yes, he is the number two. There's the second in line and the goalkeeping spot, but equally as good as Lynch, depending on how you look at him and which day.
All right. You also have I hear Dixon.
Classic centre half. Probably, I think one of the best young centre halves in Jamaica right now.
The best center off in Jamaica right now. Let me just tell people his name is Travis Javin Williams. Javin
Gavin
Williams.
Williams did not make the final cut. He's injured.
Javin Williams has a knee injury, right? So the knee injury, they did an MRI. They were hoping that he would, because he is the best center back. He was supposed to be the starting center back. But because he has a knee injury, apparently this knee injury is something that he picked up from in the schoolboy football competition, and he played with it. And so that is the reason why he has been excluded from it. All right.
Marines, I don't want to cut you, but I don't want to move on from that too quickly. That is one of the things, to be honest. This is something that is a recurring problem with schoolboy football, that sometimes the coaches push some of these young players.
Leader, what I will say is that I would need to confirm that that is actually what happened.
Well, okay, what I can say, regarding forgetting about his case, I've seen it. Yes.
Leader, let me just slow you down. All right. Again, you have heard that he was playing with this throughout the schoolboy football season. All I'm saying to you is that let us confirm it with the school and his parents, which I will do before we say this is what happened and it is because of the school. You don't know that, and I don't know that.
Okay.
I also think that the coaching staff is also assuming that he was playing with it throughout the schoolboy football season, because I know the man in school, and the man in school have good. In fact, the man in school had their captain who was out, and they didn't even play him in their most important game. I'm telling you that. So I would prefer to get confirmation that it was while he was playing for Mannings, he picked up the knock and he played the whole season with it. I can confirm that. So all I'm saying,
the whole season. My God.
huh?
The whole season.
I would have to confirm that because I still don't believe that happened. The man in school has an excellent medical team. And I know that there were players who had injuries who they lost games because they didn't play the players. So all I'm saying is that let us confirm it. All right. So continue.
It's a coach from Kingston actually told me about that, and he knows him. But let's move on from him. That's unfortunate though, because he would have made a.
I am saying to you
Mm-hmm.
that I am very, 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 very close to Javin.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
You're going. We pass Ayer Dixon, who is the current unformed best centre half available. Okay, you can move on to the St. Andrew technical captain,
Yes.
Xavier Gooden.
Yes.
Right, I think he's out from the Cavalier Football Club. I think.
Yes. You see?
Well, I understand.
Okay.
We have Brandon Bent there from Inter Miami.
Yeah, Inter Miami Academy.
Right. Brandon Bent is a left winger.
This is the Inter Miami that played in the Casa Classic that we saw on television where the Jamaican school participated. So these players were here in Jamaica and never played in that tournament, but they are from the same academy.
Right. Because I think under 20 we also had a forward coming from there. I don't remember the name, but he's also eligible for the next under 20. So they look like they're supplying us with some good talent from Inter Miami.
Okay. So there is also Nashawn Bolt Barrett.
Right. He's from Clarendon. I think he has nailed down his position on the right flank there as a right back. That is almost a sure position for him.
Yes.
The next name, this guy didn't play any schoolboy football at all. He has never played schoolboy football, ever. But he makes his way into the team. He has played only Premier League. Ronaldo Barrett, he was also on the previous under 15 team, and he has stepped up to go and get into the team.
Yes.
After that, we have a second generation reggae boy, Adrian Reed Jr. He's also has Premier League experience, and he plays for St. George's, and I think he also plays for Cavalier. Okay. Now we go down to Malik Robinson. He's from Garvey Masio, right? I think honestly he plays in the midfield.
Yeah.
And there's also Everald Swaby, also from Garvey Masio. Okay. After that, we have the other Premier League player in the squad who plays for Very United and Denby High School. I saw him yesterday. He was a live wire. He really impressed with his runs on the flanks and then cutting inside. You know, I don't think Portmore had any answer for him yesterday. And I expect him to give his own age group a lot of problems.
All right, let me just stop and say something because one is asking. Yeah, Adrian Reed is Adrian Reed Jr. So he he's the son of Adrian Reed Sr. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Fresh got type it at the same time. No, Adrian Reed. No man. So it is Adrian Reed Sr., Adrian Reed Jr. All right.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah,
man. Adrian Reed used to play for Portmore United, for those who don't remember.
Stop saying I think the player play for Cavalier, right?
Well, okay, let's move on.
Yes.
Right. Out of the club of Phoenix, Jamani Bell, Wilmer's Boys School.
Yes.
One of two Phoenix players in the final squad. Livewire, he's also the leading goal scorer so far in the practice matches that we have had. And he didn't play yesterday, so I expect a lot from him when we reach to the competition. After that, we have Jason White from Glenmuir. All right. Nicholas Simmons from Richmond United. Right, Nicholas. He is a centre forward. 'Cause we have a number of overseas centre forwards in the squad. Okay, which I
Yeah.
suppose is telling. Then there's another youngster that's in the reserve. From O'Dane Wilberforce.
Yeah.
He's with the Mount Pleasant Academy, but he is still currently a registered player with Cavalier in the Premier League. All right.
Do you know though that if a player at this age group decide that they're gonna go, it is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he has recently registered, carried his registration with Cavalier to the Premier League. So it's not anything long time ago. This was recent. Okay? So I just clarify that. So even though he goes to the academy, just like how you'd have players like Whisper. A lot of people don't know that Whisper is still a Harbourview player. So if he's to play for a club, it would have to be Harbourview. So they can train with other academies, just like how Dunstan Cohen was with the Kingston Academy that went to Netherlands and so on last year, but he also plays for Veer. Anyway, let's move on. Orain Watson, one of the forwards in the...
Well, may I tell you, leader, you just bring up some two
We're
complete.
moving on.
Yeah, you have, but you always say these things that are not connected and say you're moving on. But go ahead, leader.
Orain Watson, another one of the forwards in the squad, local forwards. He's from Glenmuir. I think he was very good with Glenmuir this season, and I think he makes the right step up to the national team right now. Jordan Magnatal. He is a creative midfielder in the likes of previously mentioned Jamani Bell. Right? He's that type of creative midfielder who comes from South Florida FA. Right? So we are looking at, something special from him also. The next player is a lone player from the Manning Cup champions. A player I've known from 5 years old, out of the club, the Academy of Phoenix. Dylan John. He was in the previous under 15, and now he has made the transition to the under 17s. Especially proud of this youngster. Seeing I've known him for so long. We're moving on. There's one that we crossed out here, Malachi Grant. He's not there. He has been cut from some time back. Okay?
Yes.
Then the one of the top forwards in the squad right now, but he has an ankle injury, so they're watching it closely. But he is in the 20, out of Atlanta United, right? Ashton Gordon. I think people who didn't see him, if they bought Saturday's paper, you'd have seen him in there. He's the strong striker that's playing in the forward there. After that, we go to Malachi Molino, the MLS Generation Next player out of FC Dallas Academy. Yeah, rated one of the top young players in the USA just as recently as last year, right? He plays wingback in the Jamaica under 17 team. And we don't really round it off here. We have Adrian Mahoney, also another forward, and I think that gives us 3 foreign center forwards. And
all right, so listen, I don't like we need to change the narrative, right? So we don't have local players, we have domestic and international.
Okay.
All right. These foreign players, they are not foreign. You understand?
Okay. That's true. Yeah. That's true. Everybody was one unit yesterday, which was very good. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's Adrian Mahoney, right? Another one of 6 attacking players forwards in the squad. And we round that off with the next second generation reggae boy who has not made the final 20, but he's in there, the son of Ricardo Bibi Gardner, Che Daniel Gardner, unattached, but he's still registered with Harbourview FC. So I think Harbourview FC unofficially gets a player into the squad here.
Well, I tell you, leader, you're something else, Yeah. All right. So if you go to 23, you'd have 23. You'd have 9 domestic players. You'd have out of the 23. Well, you have 9 international youngsters, and yeah, and
Actually, I think the international would go to Holland there now. Actually, how
yeah,
many?
16 domestic players.
16. No, you don't. No. I think I have that wrong.
23.
It's 7. It's 7. 7. Let me just make sure here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them in the 20. The 20 are overseas based.
Leader, listen what I just said.
Yeah.
All right. If you go to the 23, there are 9 international based
Okay.
youngsters
Okay.
and
That's good.
16
Yeah.
domestic players. That's what they said.
Okay. Okay.
You
Okay. I
go,
was looking at the final 20
if you go
and
to
so
the final 20, there are 7 international youngsters and there are 13 domestic youngsters.
so Manins.
Yes,
So
sir.
I haven't seen your list. Can you say your list is different from the one I had there? So I don't know. Can you make the corrections to my list now?
So let me tell you what the corrections were. This morning, when you were on scene, you had Malachi Grant in it. You came and you
Which I
corrected.
told you I removed.
Right, which you corrected. The other thing
Hmm.
is that you did not know what had happened to Javin Williams when you were on that.
Yeah,
I
but
explained it and
he's
you
not.
correct.
He's not there. He's
And you
crossed off. I didn't know what happened, but I
right.
inquired
So
after.
you corrected it. There you go. So you have
No, but he
correct.
was never in there. I never. You noticed his name is
No,
crossed, but I couldn't tell you why.
you
'Cause I know he was one of the starting
yes,
center halves.
yes. So you corrected it. Also, I will say to you that this is not supposed to be submitted until the 1st of February, which is tomorrow. So you will not get the official because anything can happen. Right? This is close to the official, but it may change because it is not supposed to be submitted until the 1st of February. That is the date of the
Tomorrow.
first. Right,
Just
tomorrow.
let's just remember where the first is.
All
Tomorrow.
right. So let me just explain because I have heard I've heard a lot about the Zach Lovelace, and I've thought to try and stay away from it because I want to make sure that whenever I speak with a high level of accuracy, and in fairness to everyone. I think sometimes the dialogue that we have on social media spaces can be some of the biggest deterrent to players engaging if they're exposed to it. I use if. So if I had a son and they were engaged on these platforms for the last probably 4 to 5 weeks and listening to some of the things, you notice I said some of these platforms, not everyone does it, but for those of us, and I include myself in it, it can be very disencouraging for people when they listen to it. So, why do I say that? All right. The Zach Lovelace situation is a prime. Rich Pool Sport, the link is pinned in there. You can come on or you can call. Is an ideal situation where I understand his parents, his father in particular. And at the end of the day, all of us need to understand that when you're a parent, your first interest must be the well-being of your family. That is your priority. And parents have the responsibility of doing what they believe is in the best interest of their child, regardless of what others think. And so we would have to put ourselves in the position of this father. Your son is playing at Rangers. They have a game. They have a game coming up. The game would have been, I think their last game was late last week, and he was supposed to play. I think it was on Friday. Could be wrong, could be Friday, Saturday, somewhere there. Now, weeks before a proposal was made for Zach to come to Jamaica to process the paperwork, right? And the tickets would have been purchased. He would have processed the paperwork so he could be a part of the team. Now remember, he's a first teamer at Rangers. So for him to have done that would mean that he would have to get released by the club, right? Though he's an amateur and his parents would have to do that. There are consequences to that, all right? So I totally understand when his father or his handlers decided, no, we are going to do this after the game. And after the game would have been at the end of the week, the weekend just gone. So now that he's free, this would be the time when he would have to come. And the paperwork would need to go in on Wednesday, which would not have given him enough time. Ideally, this should have started 2 years ago when Zach Lovelace was 12 or 13. Was the same interest there? Was he at the same level? Were they aware of him? That we don't know. And so sometimes the more information we have is the better we will be able to assess the situation. You understand me? Because the truth is, I would not expect the player to leave his club where he's playing regularly to come and look about paperwork for a passport, because that would affect his position in the club. And we have seen that where players made those decisions at the senior level, highest level, and when they went back, it was very difficult. So if the parents chose to keep him there until he played his last game and when he would be released, and the paperwork are not processed, I can't blame them. But at the same time, do we say the federation failed or the coaches did not select him? Because the coaches and his father were in dialogue, and they have, according to the coaches of the under 17 team, they have all the records of the moment that they started the dialogue with the father, how long ago, and all the way up. So sometimes these things happen. And so that is why I started the show the way I did, which is suggesting that as soon as possible, all of us. So our next under 15, our next under 17 team should start assembling today, so that all of these things are done for the next cycle. And here's why it is important. FIFA, for the next under 17, an article just came out. It came out recently that FIFA will be fully funding the next under 17, meaning every nation will get monies to pay their coaches, preparation, everything. So that means nations can start preparing and sending their proposal to receive their drawdown from now to start preparing for the next U-17 World Cup. That is what we have to do so we can capture these things early enough. What say you on that, leader?
Well, look here. What I can say is that you're correct, but one of the things I always tell youngsters that I come across, this is locally because it's something that happens locally and overseas. Once you are interested in football, and I think Rene Simo has mentioned this, every player must have a passport ready and waiting.
No,
So
but leader, hold on, I have to stop you. But Zach Lovelace has a passport.
a Jamaican passport?
Before this, he never needed a Jamaican passport. Yeah, come on, man.
Oh yeah.
Come on, man.
Okay. Anyway,
So again, you can't use false parallels. You understand me? You have to use.
okay. Well, but the thing is, any preparation, I think when you mentioned that the interest, but it wasn't there before, Parents need to as I say, it doesn't cost them anything to have both passports ready and waiting. It doesn't. Because you never know. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. So you need to be proactive. And if you know that you have citizenship for a certain country that you can access, start dealing with it. One summer, you deal with it at that stage. Understand?
Yeah.
But uh, all I can say is that at this stage, the best team is there. I don't have a problem with the team at this stage. 'Cause
Yeah.
any other
The-
person that would have been there, it would have been somebody that basically it really there wasn't anybody left out that through injury, apart from injury, everybody was there.
yeah. The truth is, let me tell you, let me be honest, people.
Okay.
I am a fair person. And here's what I cannot say this team is good enough or this team is not good enough, because guess what? I have not been seeing the players on a day-to-day basis, right? And so I will have to be restrained in terms of my criticism of the selection, because to be fair, I have not been watching them day in, day out. I know some of the footballers. I know like Dunstan Cohen. I know what he has done. He has gone overseas. The player from Glenmore is one of the players. I think he went to Barcelona or one of those places early in his career. There's Dylan John. I know very well. So there are some good players. I have heard about some of the Inter Miami players as well in the team, that they are very, 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 very good. The goalkeepers were very good. When I showed the clippings of the trials, those goalkeepers were in it. And that was part of the issue that they have. So, with that being said, I only hope that the team, I would have loved to have seen Zach Lovelace, but I can understand. And what I would say is that going ahead, we have to be more strategic in terms of our youngsters, because there are many things like, and I have some of these things, sometimes the print is too fine. But do you know that you cannot it is illegal to engage a minor, right? In other words, I cannot call a minor. Well, we do it in Jamaica, but it is wrong. Like, leader, you I don't know if you know
That's
this.
wrong.
You should not be calling to talk to a minor, under 17, about coming to play football anywhere. I don't know if you know that. It is actually illegal. Right?
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
All right. So it is. So the truth is, no one in the federation can really call a 16-year-old or a 15-year-old, male or female, or a 14-year-old or a 13-year-old to talk to them. You are supposed to engage their parents. So a lot of this now is how the dialogue is between the parent of the minor and the federation. And it's a little bit like I said, at the senior level I can understand it, but at the youth level, I totally understand Zach Lovelace's father, because honestly, if I have a son playing at he's 16 years old and he is starting for Rangers, I am not sure that I'm going to have him leave before he plays his next game to come and sort out something like that. I would hope that after he plays this game, I'd have enough time. And if he doesn't have enough time, I'll be satisfied. Well, he's still going to be at Rangers. That's me. So I totally understand the parents. What would have been more helpful, though, is if when the kid was 13 years old, we knew about him. And when I say we, Jamaica knew about him. So from that point, the stuff could be done. That is what has to happen. See, somebody even telling me that in the MLS, says for the MLS players, the director of the academy is supposed to be approached, and he shares the info with the parents / players. So it when it comes down to kids, it is. I mean, I guess we operate anyhow, but in terms of the right way to do it, you have to engage the guardian, or like somebody just said, you have to engage the director of the academy. So it is so unfortunate that he was not able to come early to sort this out, because I know that there was like he wasn't going to come to any trials. He was going to go right into the team, but
Right into the team.
yeah, but I cannot. I must say that I agree with his father, and if the federation is upset, then that's just it. The man's son future is in his hand as his father.
Well, look at it this way: if the team qualifies, there are certain players, people who I think will be seen.
Yeah. So let's hope that. But I people, I can only say, listen, I do not know the quality of the team. I know the quality of some of the players. Right? What I've heard, and I've heard from coaches, is that the team I've heard from coaches and persons who watch the team that the team plays a lot of long balls. All right. Again, no.
It's a typical Jamaican team management.
No. All right. So here's what I'll say. Okay. I would want to believe that, given that in this team, like Molino is a ball handler, Dustin Cohen is a ball handler, a lot of the players in this team are good on the ball.
Okay, Manins, but I can tell you that some of the instructions that the players get, especially from midfield, is not to hold on to the ball very long, but to get it and release it forward as quickly as possible. I don't know about the long balls because I saw a lot of Cohen doing a lot of actually getting the ball going wide and going down the flank a lot yesterday. So don't bother. It's not really just the defense getting the ball and then kicking it. You know, it depends on what you're talking about.
So
Yeah.
I want to watch the game at St. Elizabeth Technical. All right. Because one thing I know is this: Jamaica will not qualify playing long balls.
The type of long balls that they would be doing, right, is not like what I think I saw Mr. Whitmore would be playing on a ball, would be kick up, and then now you're praying to God that somebody reach it.
Oh,
Right? That's not, there's a different thing when you're making long passes because
listen,
even your
listen,
current,
listen.
hold on,
Leader,
man,
leader,
hold
leader,
on.
leader. I have to stop you because you call Coach Whitmore name. If you call Coach Whitmore name, you cannot then excuse Meron Garden because both of them were here. So if you're going, don't do that. Let's stick
Okay,
to.
make we move. Let's
Let's
talk
stick to
about
the
the
discipline.
current,
Don't do that.
the current national senior head coach. His game plan when he qualified Iceland is a similar player with the long passes.
No,
That's
sir. No, sir.
Iceland?
No, sir. No, sir.
I didn't say.
Iceland qualified because the team were solid defensively.
This team, this U team, is solid defensively. I saw them.
But this
I
is
can
not.
tell you
But it's
defensive.
not the
They
Iceland
are
coach. It's not the Iceland coach coaching the team.
no. But
It's
I'm
Meron
just saying, once you have a solid defense and you can transition quickly enough, right? I saw the transitions, you know. They have,
I
you know,
understand.
where the
I
problem
don't
is
understand
when
your logic. Maybe I'm missing. Hold on, leader. Think about your logic first. And then go on, man. Oh, St. Elizabeth.
Yeah, all gone.
Hold on, St. Elizabeth. I go on.
Yeah, everything I go on good, you know. League them
We-
just start back up cost over since the you hearing me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you.
Yeah, since the corona you know, the league them was on a break, but he's stepping up back. Major League start back. So hopefully our team can represent the parish in the tier 2 and try to make it from then to the Premier League, because what happened over the past now, you have some good ballers in the parish, but the structure of the clubs not going good, so it hinder a representative from here to represent the parish because of poor management. So hopefully St. Bess is the only team I see kind of have a structure who can make it to the Premier League, because
Y-
the management there is a bit better than the other clubs, and they are trying to get in some ballers and so forth who can try to make it, because what happened, many of the good players leave when they finish high school on scholarship, and some in the Premier League also, the JPL, and some give up because of the system here.
Okay. You know that they call it Adams, Joe. You know what they call it Adams?
Huh?
You know that the people on social media call it Adams.
Yes, I don't know why, but
They say it's so like Renata Adams, you know.
yeah, that's what they said, but I don't know. I don't have a problem still.
You don't have a problem with that.
No.
But I hear that the under 17 game will be played at States this weekend at around 3. Is it being promoted down there?
Yes, that's what I'm hearing. I want to get some clarity on it, because it's when I log on a while ago, I'm hearing about it, and I didn't hear anyone talking about it, so I don't know.
Yeah, man, it's supposed to be playing at States. So is the field? Is the field good? Because we have been saying that the fields across Jamaica are very bumpy. You know, they have a lot of grass, but the ball don't roll on them smoothly. How is the States field? Because you're down that side.
States field excellent. Excellent. It's only when it comes to the facility and the lighting structure, you know, it poor, but the field excellent.
So don't because they just had the States Invitational down there. Wouldn't that have affected the field?
Yes, maybe, because I don't know how low grass might cut, because I didn't go there Saturday, so I don't know what condition he feel in now, because I know cricket competition going on right now, and so I don't know how up to date the field is. But at the break of the schoolboy season, it was in good shape. So, but since then, because of the chats and cricket competition, and so I don't know what condition it might be in now. But I don't think it will be a big factor for Saturday game, because the field is always up to date in certain standard whenever it available for certain competitions. So I don't know at this time.
Okay.
But I guess it should be up to date still.
All right. So just hold on, Kwame, because I need to go back to Leader and finish up. Leader, what I am saying though, what I was saying is that so from the persons that I've heard, which would include coaches, the team don't build the ball out of the back. They're playing a lot of and here's what, Leader. That strategy is against JPL teams. So just follow my reasoning. How are these under 17s going to be successful against Rudolph Austin playing long ball? How are they going to be successful playing against a Johnny Talbot, Breckenridge, and those guys playing long ball? You explain that to me.
Well, they didn't play against Rudolph Austin yesterday.
Okay, all right. Let me give you an next defender at Portmore.
They did play against Talbot the other day, though. But okay, listen. The fact of the matter, they haven't been scored. They have been solid defensively. I have seen what I did when I watched them yesterday. That yes, I saw Cohen made some nice runs in, but when he couldn't make the runs in, there was nobody to finish. The finishing was a problem for me. I didn't see somebody there that was going to get on the other side of the cross once the cross came in. It's not. Look here, let me tell you something. One of the things the coach had mentioned, he has to work his strength. I don't see where we have the players that are going to give you that nice build up and so build up play. It's
But
not
leader, you're
many.
contradicting yourself though if you say that.
No, but I'm
Because
telling you,
because
when the
no,
people are talking
here's
about
the contradiction. Listen to me, leader. You said that we don't have the players to do that. But earlier you said Molina. You spoke about Molina. You spoke about Dunstan Cohen. You spoke about
Molina
Dylan.
is playing wing back.
Huh?
He's playing wing back.
All right. You spoke about Dunstan Cohen.
He's
You spoke
playing
about
winger and
Dylan
cutting.
John.
Yes, ball
And
play,
you
yes.
spoke about Jamali Bell and how they were good and all the things on the ball.
Manny Bell, he's also playing on the wing also.
So why we can't play that kind of creative play if you're talking so highly about the qualities of these players? That's what I'm trying to wonder.
Okay, let me tell you. If you look at the squad, and I didn't get to break it down, there are a number of centers there. I'd have to go through it and actually itemize them. There are also a number of defensive mids, and there are a number of wingers. When I look at actual creative players, they might be about 2 or 3 there, right?
But isn't that enough, though, leader? Isn't 3 creative players in midfield?
But they're
Because
not going to play. Hold on, let me tell you. From what I understand, I don't think they ever play 2 at any one time. 1 maybe, but not
so isn't that the
2.
problem then, leader? That you have 3 creative players who play midfield. This doesn't include your forward options. And the 3 creative players, you don't play 2, you only play 1. Isn't that saying or suggesting that you are going to defend, you're not going to have any creativity in midfield? Therefore, that could be the reason why you have to play the ball long.
I don't know. I'm not a coach. I'm not the coach of the team.
Okay.
Coach has his style, and I saw what he was doing yesterday. And I remember I came and I told him, said, look here, the team here can go past the first round. They just need to tweak some other little parts of the team. I know now why he
You're not.
needed that.
And one thing with you, if the people them listen to you, always contradicting yourself. You are not the coach, and hear what you just tell me. Repeat what you just said, because you're not a
What
coach.
did I just say? I say I looked at the team. I said that I
You're saying
told the
that
coach
you're
that
not
the
a
team
coach.
can.
You said, here's how you preface your conversation. I am not a coach, but I looked at the team yesterday, and I went to the coach and told him to tweak some things.
That once they tweak some things, and I told him to tweak. Once he tweaks some things, he'll be okay.
Yeah, that is easy.
Hold on. One is one. I have enough experience with teams
Oh,
playing overseas in overseas competition for
okay.
years against international teams. The like of teams from Spanish La Liga, teams from Mexican league teams. I have a lot of experience. If I tell you a team is ready to a certain extent, I'm not wrong.
All right, son. All right.
You need to respect that.
There'll be a
that
press conference tomorrow.
Yeah,
There'll be a
man.
press
What
conference
you can
tomorrow as
do at
well.
the press
So I
conference, though,
suppose the coach will answer.
you can probably ask the question now about how they plan to score the goals. That's my only problem, with the team, that the goals might have to come from the midfielders and the wingers. They still need that number 9 there. That I think that Lovelace was going to be the solution. That is one of the things, because even when people talk about some of the players from overseas who they didn't take, look here, they have enough players there that can work well. And look here, these youngsters are fit. Well, majority of them are quite fit.
In comparison,
So
all right, leader, you see, you have to, again, context is important. When you say the players are fit, in comparison to who?
I said,
Eh?
in comparison to the teams I've seen in the past,
Okay.
they are quite fit. Look here, I think I don't want to make any comparisons. All I can say is the team at this
All right,
stage
let me
is
go
going to
back
be a
to
hard
Kwame.
team to beat.
Yeah. Let me go back. Let me go back to Kwame. Yeah, man. We soon big up the big sports max journalist. The man, he's operating in conflict of interest in people, and we, the viewers and subscribers of the coach's desk, are stating our displeasure with the fact that one Man U fan has taken his talent elsewhere to Nationwide News Network, and they have now pulled on our host of the coach's desk And I think there's a conflict of interest. How are we going to know, if he's not? You understand me? We need to hear from him. We need to hear from we need to hear what is going on. I agree, Rob Simmons. We need to know what is going on. All right, Kwame, we have Balakar, but go ahead, Kwame. What yeah, you have been hearing some of the dialogues about the under 17.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to mention
And his one.
Yes, Balakar. I was going to hear from Kwame, but go ahead. Yeah, man. Manners and respect. Let Kwame go back.
Everybody
Balakar
in
then.
chat and panel.
I just hold on a sec, Balakar. Let Kwame
No,
go.
I'm just a say.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead, Kwame, because you were going to say something.
There was a time earlier back in the season when the under 17 squad, about 30 odd of them did call up. I think it was in December, a call in on military Guna channel. So I was mentioning that why calling up the players at this time when the players was playing football at 14 years old, representing under 14. Why could they select the best of the best from the under 14 competition in the high school, put them together over the 2-year span? So they would have a bit of chemistry from that time, playing against some Premier League teams, going around, even have some competition against neighboring Caribbean island. Because maybe there would be not enough money to extend some friendly match with like America, Mexico, but some neighboring Caribbean island and internal parish side, whether academy or major league, super league side or whatever it might be. Have them together playing consistently. Maybe you can call up them like once a month to keep them going, build chemistry together. And I received some backlash, said it cannot happen because it is too long and they select the players based on schoolboy competition, because who gonna know if the players gonna be into farm and you're not gonna have better players coming at the end. And my response was that in Brazil, why Brazil always dominated under 17 good at youth tournament, they build a team from academy from 14, 12, have them together playing in the Toulon tournament and all different South American tournament, have them together, and they chop and change at that time, not because they might start out with a 40-man squad, a provisional list, meaning that some of those players gonna make the final cut, because you're gonna have time to see who can play your system and what you are about. So you will have time to chop and change and interject and take out and to be like
good point. Yeah, good point.
To be a team.
That's a very good point. And I think that is what
it cannot work. We have to wait on the schoolboy football. And if you're gonna wait on schoolboy at a last minute moment, how it gonna work? Because this under 17 team, it has some good players, but why they're gonna fail? The timing, the preparation is just sudden. You cannot
we don't want to speak that yet. We don't want to say that. I'm going to give the team the benefit of the doubt that they are going to do well. You understand me? We don't want to predict failure over them. No, we don't want to do that.
All right. What I heard everybody saying, the team playing long ball. And when you check out some of these players' background, this school they were at, maybe not playing any long ball, playing touch football.
Let's take Balakar. Hold on, because I don't want Balakar. Balakar.
Yeah, my boss.
Yeah, man. Go ahead. You hear what Kwame is saying, but I just wanted to say, listen, Peep, I still am going to believe until the last moment that we can't. I'm never going to see a Jamaica team. People always ask, management, why don't change that thing? But if we get everything together, we are good enough to. Because I still go and believe until it is not possible anymore. So go ahead, Balakar. What say you?
No, because I say you remember say we
we go do a JPL show because right me there wait on him.
Hey,
You
Balakar,
understand me?
I saw somebody at Draxall and I was saying that, yeah, man. But I heard that your team lost, man. And this person used to play in the league. The man said, listen, that the competition was played is the worst football me ever see in Trelawney. From the day me born, that the man said. From the day me born, that was the worst football me ever see in Trelawney, the knockout competition. Is it true?
I know you finally talk. Because you have patches in other matches. Remember, say, you understand?
All right. Patches in other matches.
Yeah, man. Me not go say we're football no play bad. Remember, say, even yesterday we are watching Premier League and boy, me want to come on fight channel, but for those, you understand? Like, still no good. So that's how it goes. But, you see me?
Yeah.
But when me I say still, you know, like Premier League, me come to talk about, you know, you understand?
What you want to talk about the Premier League?
No, with this thing with leader, you know, I'm going to stop. So we just want to finish up here on the 17th.
Okay. And talk about some transfers in the JPL.
Yeah, because more Brian Mighty company show to come more know where Archie there.
All right. I'm going to talk about all of these schoolboy footballers. So I'm going to let Kwame finish up his point, and then I'm going to address all of the schoolboy footballers moving and where to and what. All right.
More forward off I show and us. You see me?
Yeah, man. All right, Balakar. Respect. Yeah, man. All right. Big up, Chris. Kwame. Yeah. So just finish up what you're saying. And
I was saying that at this time, at this third moment, you're gonna pick a player from Clarendon, Mannings, Garvey, Masio. Everyone has a different system, play a different system. When you come at this time now and bring all those players together, you're gonna have a system, what you want to accomplish, what you want them to play. You're not gonna get the time period for them to acclimatize to that system and get used to one another, because some playing positional ball games, some playing defensive, used to defensive. So the whole thing is just a mess. It's just a mess, and it cannot work like that. You have to have them like 2 years back to get them play to how you want it to be, because not every player playing the same system in the schoolboy league. And you have to have an eye who can identify players, go around the island and identify players from a young stage and keep them together and see where we can change and so forth, because the last minute moment not working, it cannot work. No successful nation operate like how Jamaica does. There was a player I want to mention about. He stopped playing schoolboy. He used to play for Lacovia. He stopped at 16 years old. His name is Ray Wright. I don't hear anyone talk about him. He played for Jamaica U-15 and U-17 team. And he's doing excellent. I don't know if he could have represented this under-20 tournament that passed, but he's having a good time overseas. He's playing in Armenia.
Roger, right.
He's on the 11 goals from 4 games.
I'm going to check him out. His name is Roger Wright.
Yeah, Roger Wright.
Roger Wright. We need to check out his name. I say he's playing in Armenia.
Yeah. And he got about 11 goals from 4 games.
There's an ex-St. Elizabeth technical pass player who is doing well, you know. His name is Danjay Smith. He just gone over to Ecuador.
Yes, Danjay Smith won it up with St. Elizabeth Technical.
Right. Yeah.
But he did got scholarship and went to America, but from then I didn't hear anything about him. But Roger Wright has a talent than all of them. He was against Webster. When Webster played for Stetson last season, 2018, Roger Wright was leading him. But because Lacovia team didn't good, and they dropped out from first round because he was at like maybe around 17 goals from first round, leading Webster. he's a better baller than Ronaldo Webster. That at Cavalier right now. But because he didn't progress, his school didn't progress, Jamaica didn't know about him. And to me, at that age, he was even ahead of Whisper, playing really good football, playing for St. Best, big man football. He's a really good talent, but based
on what you have in my head, I Whisper now.
I'm telling you, because
no, man. I know you're telling. Listen, no, man. Listen. Listen what I'm saying to you. I'm not saying that you're lying, you know. You said that he's based on that stage he was better than Whisper. I'm saying, how do you come to that conclusion? That's all I'm asking you.
Because at his age of 16, the amount of goals he scored in less games. At a school where he's alone playing, no support, leading Ronaldo Webster, who was the leading goal scorer.
We're not talking about Ronaldo Webster. We're talking about Whisper.
Yeah, because when I watch both of them, both feet, he used both feet. He's more skillful, better touch, leader in front of goal. Whisper is a more one-dimensional player, just running and try to cut in, or he go down the right. You know, dynamic. That's why I said even Satchwell to me has more potential than Whisper.
Having more potential in your opinion don't mean that right now he's better than Whisper.
But to me, to me when I watch both of them, Satchwell and Whisper, the only thing Whisper do, I maybe score more goal than Satchwell, but in the overall game,
because Chris is here because we want to give some other information. But what I say?
Yeah, but Roger Wright, I watch both of them at that age. And to me, what Roger Wright can offer.
Roger Wright played under 17. They're presently saying his club is unknown. You said that he played, but we're going to check him out because he's 21 right now still. But all I'm saying is that, I'm not saying that you're wrong, I am saying that when we make these statements, Maxwell again. When we make these statements, Maxwell, may have a wicked man Chris in the target. But all I'll say is that, all I say is that,
just a quick
you have to be careful how you compare people in different positions and in different time. All right?
I know, it's a different.
Hold on.
I know both players, because both players played for me. So they might not know. So I can tell him, no, right is a different part, but at no time can you compare him to Whisper. I know him. The where he was playing, the standard was different, right? And you cannot, I would never compare the two. The two of them are two different type of players. Okay, that's the first thing I can say. Okay, but I know right, he's a lot of time overseas, Okay, right after COVID. He played a little bit of time down there, I think at Lacovia, but at no time was his stats like how the gentleman trying to make it to be. I will know of him. And he was in the Jamaica under 17 also that year with Atkinson and so on. So I know the player.
Yeah, all right.
But
go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, man. All right, leader.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. All right. Respect. Yeah, man. Respect, Kwame. Wicked man, Chris. What say you?
My day, my mornings, man. Remember, say, I don't know nothing about that schoolboy football.
Your team dropped 3. Your team dropped 3 love, man.
Remember me tell you, Remember me tell you from Friday, Remember, say, I have the glass ball over here, Remember, say, I read up the fortune, Remember, say, I tell you, say, more lines are losing, I never see no goal that come from them, Remember, I tell you, I'm tell you, say, the match that above you on it match. We don't know where it come from now, The two teams them cancel out them each other. Is a lucky goal on it get last night,
What I want to ask, you watch the game? You
Bro,
watch the game?
I watch the game. Me a fight sleep.
So hold on. All right. So let me ask the people. Want somebody to explain the rule to me. Maybe you are Kwame or somebody else can call in explain the rule. So last night, Harborview get a goal kick. The goalkeeper spot the ball. The centre back is walking out. The keeper take the goal kick. Bam! And hit it in him own. Hit it in him own defender back. And the ball go in the goal. Why wasn't that given a goal?
No,
A
you're
own goal.
going. You're going to money. It's when him kick a little bit before him kick the ball, for him foot make contact with the ball. She blow the whistle. Me hear it. She blow the whistle apparently. She blow the whistle to talk to somebody. So that means that she say, wait, hold on, no kick it yet.
What?
So that's
No,
why
no, no.
me hear the whistle. Cause me hear
She blow the
two
whistle.
whistle.
She blow the whistle
No,
for the
wait.
ball kick off.
No, man, 2 times she blow it, you know. But then it close.
You watch the game, Kwame?
No, I didn't watch it.
Oh,
But
all right. Fresh got saying it is a goal. So I don't know. Explain why. I see. Anonymous OG say it's a goal.
As me say, man, the whistle, she blew it so close, like she got a toot, and then she got a toot, right as him foot make contact with the ball. But even so, that last night was a comedy of errors, bro. I swear. Me see a man a corner come cross, man a book ball don't put na the grug pan keep and be. What this? Yo,
all right, people. All right, let me see our next thing. So, who saw the interview with big up Coach Ludlow Bernard, right? All right. No. You see what is funny? You know when Mourinho does those things, or Mikel Arteta or Pep, like we okay with it, you know. But when a Jamaican do it, we make it look like something wrong. The man was upset with his team. Well, on the ball. The man was mad. Well, on the Balakar. Yes, Balakar.
Yeah, man. Me just hear big up everybody again for the panel. The general, when the panel, when me just hear him talk. You see, last night match, me not blame none of the players then. Because we feel no good, none at all management.
Yeah.
Management, me dey watch one match and see one ball come to a defender. As the defender go kick the ball, bump up over his foot. The match them should never play upon that field.
Yeah.
as Travis said, it want water and roll, but it water last night, but it want roll. Cause some little ball me see a chink up. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, but remember say the school do everything funny. Javelin, everything they do funny. So the match should never play over the school.
But Balakar, when I can say the same thing from Upper Stadium, them do everything on it.
Upper Stadium?
Yeah, remember I say it's an athletic stadium, nothing. So
yeah, but remember say Upper Stadium they not do it every day. But then do it at the school every day.
Fair point.
One is saying, I don't understand that. Sound like the referee is making his own rules to promote a sport he made up and he's going to release later.
What man is man a goal that?
I don't know what Dre is talking about. That's a dead ball. She was talking to player, then she heard people saying goal.
That's why I must say that.
but what you thought about Ludlow Bernard's reaction?
Can you see him put up his hand like he was.
What do you make of his?
Yeah, Mr. Man is man.
Yeah. But what do you make of his reaction at the end of the game? And the Sportsmax person was asking him questions and he never answered. He never answered any of the questions. The coach, Ludlow Bernard, he never answered any question from the person interviewing him. He just went on and said that this cannot happen.
You don't say man Bex.
Man, the man Bringley.
Sorry for them all like man in there. Man is man. You know, right now them are run. Right now they are gonna run.
Training session not go long and them are gonna run till a week. Man gonna run till him belly bottom drop out. But man is man. Watch out.
That's why we can speak to.
Yeah.
Did Nicholas American just score the goal? But now the ball when get
it almost sound like he was going to say like the players them are sabotage the team because they probably want to leave or something, but the man was mad.
Man said, know what we're going to do.
Yeah, like he was almost saying that. Yeah, it's almost like he was going to say, some of these players don't want to be here. That is why them don't do what they're supposed to do. That almost, but he stopped.
I want if Nicholas Hamilton to go up on a transfer and he not go cause.
I'm wondering.
Yeah, normally just
I'm wondering. That is why we are trying to see if we can get some, see if anybody moves.
Santiago.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, man, but people, all right. The other thing now, because listen, so I've come back to the interview. I don't know what the people them say, sir. I don't know. And I don't know if it is leader, I don't know who, but the people clipped the first part of the interview that I did, and the man they make a big old viral thing out of it, wicked man Chris. But the rest of the things in the interview that Coach Whitmore said was her accurate, about the conditions of the field and all of those things, And even at the end, the whole thing is corrected. Right? You understand me? So I don't know, but people just clip that part and for the fun of it. But there's a lot of other things in the interview. Listen how the man talk about like Trevante Stewart as an example.
Here I go, man. You see, when it come on to Tapper, people are going to troll him. Even me in the comment section I troll. Cause I'm just a troll in a real life.
Yeah.
So you can't get it from that. You maybe not like it, but people are going to troll Tapper no matter. I'm saying this is man will cause the chance even they are cut eye with the So people really upset with him, see him and them not gonna forgive him. So you have to understand that side there too.
Yeah.
And here earlier, people are rules Coach Lodi are going away for the interview and people are like that. Bro, when Morena say I'm not taking any questions in a press conference. Which side them did there? I think United or so. And not come out of it. So if
general.
The coaches have a right to get upset.
Yeah, man, that me not like when time a Jamaican player or a Jamaican person overall refuse to do an interview, they want to cuss them. But when time people them over, you understand me? In a right man.
No man, Balakar. It's when you see, it's one thing for don't want to do interviews, But because in the moment and how you feel, that's a different thing. Like how that normally sit up and do interview and at all. We know why he doesn't do interviews. And we kind of upset because we want to know what is he doing, what the next move, what the motive.
Right. But you have assistant that can do that to him too.
No man, sometimes it's better to hear from the main man in charge. Most times, Because the assistant can't tell what go on the boss head. I always remember that thing, bro. So you can just say something and then the next thing.
Yeah, but let me say this, right? Coach Minzy said, according to the rule, there should be a corner kick. You can't score a goal from a goal kick on yourself on the opposing team. So you're saying to me, Coach Minzy, if the goalkeeper...
Coach Minzy that?
I don't Coach Minzy that. I ref Minzy.
So you're saying to me...
No, take it up from him.
What you're saying to me, somebody needs to call. So you're saying to me, if I get a goal kick, you're saying if I get a goal kick, right, and I kick the ball and it hit my player and him head it, or I pass it to him and him kick it in the goal, it's not a goal.
I think I true, yeah, because me that watch something a good for a while. Yeah, I true. Go and read it up. Unless you change.
FIFA one man look female. What's it no sense there, man? I go that last night, man.
Yeah. We have Reezy Boss trying to connect with us, and Kwame is back. Reezy Boss!
Alright.
How you doing, man?
Well, happy 2023 to yourself and all, I am sure, viewers and subscribers.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm going to do, Mannins man. You know the rule. You know the regulations. I've got a question.
Go ahead.
Has the Jamaican under-17 squad,
Jesus,
led by Merron Gordon, have they got an oven baked, as the former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson may have said, ready-made excuses for when they come up short, i.e. potentially, maybe even likely, fail to make the under-17s World Under-17s tournament in Peru? Speak! And Balakar, if he's on the line, I well want to talk to that demander, sir. Balakar, can you hear me?
you need to come off a program with that. No one make you hold on with a come on and behave, so you know.
Hold on, Balakar. Let me
You need to stop, man.
Balakar, let me answer him. So, the competition is in Guatemala, firstly, not Peru.
Yes. No. The World Under-17s final will be held in Peru. The qualifying tournament will be held in Guatemala. Continue.
So what? So we are not talking about the World Cup. We can't talk about Peru. We have to talk about Guatemala.
The destination is Peru, and my question, I'm not ducking, I'm not diving. Will Jamaica under-17s successfully navigate and negotiate the under-17s tournament taking place in Guatemala? We have to contend with Cuba, Costa Rica, and Guadeloupe. Will we be able to contend and make the quarterfinals and beyond? It's a simple question. London, England calling.
Richard. Listen, I will say, you watch Hello. I'll say this only once. We're having a conversation. So when you ask a question, you stop the question and you let me answer. And if I'm trying to stop you in the question, you have to also stop, because it's a reason for the interjection, and I will allow you the same. All right? So will Jamaica navigate? Yes, I believe we can. Question answered. What is your question for Balakar?
Balakar?
No, me just said not sure. Me not sure.
Balakar says it. Yeah, Balakar says he's not sure.
And why is Balakar not sure?
What you mean he's not sure? He has a right to be not sure. What do
I'm
you believe?
asking a question. It's a simple question and answer, man. It's not a trick question.
Hold on, Balakar. Hold on, man. No, hold on, Balakar. I am asking you a question now. Will Jamaica navigate and qualify?
But let Balakar answer the question now. He's a big man, can answer for himself, Come in, Bala, no?
Yeah, man, he's going to answer, Richie.
He was
Richie,
about to
going to answer.
You interjected. Allow the gentleman to answer, and then I'll answer your question.
No.
Man is man.
Balakar.
Man is man.
Balakar.
All right, man is man.
No, Balakar. Balakar. I am the host. I am the host. I determine who answers what question when.
You've been listening to Coach's desk, taking lessons. Good man. Everything blessed.
I am the host. Balakar, keep calm. You have asked Mike, you have asked me a question. You have asked Balakar a question. He answered, and you want an explanation for his answer. I am asking you the same question you asked both of us. What is your answer to that question?
I think that the Jamaican under-17s, from what I have ascertained thus far from London, England, checking in, picking up on the social media, checking out the preparations, checking out the list that has been released, not officially, I think that Jamaica will have challenges in making and going past the quarterfinals. I am looking forward to the under-17s getting out of the group, 3 to go through out of 4. That's not going to be a problem, I hope. Thereafter, when the knockout stages come, I do not know the ins and outs of the quality and depth of the remaining teams. But when I hear the likes of Mexico come knocking, America, there's going to be challenges. I'm trying to avoid the hype. and I just want to concentrate on the football. I want to focus on the football, and I am, let me be crystal clear, wishing the under-17s representing Jamaica, good and true, all the very, very best in the forthcoming competition. I don't know just how much ability and talent they have. I'm hearing one or two things. I've heard some contrary things. I am a glass half full operator. I am going in with the right attitude, intent, and attention. And all of those three are geared towards wishing and seeing the Jamaican selection produce their best against all opponents, come hell or high water, and let the cards fall where they may. I want the under-17s to enjoy themselves. I want them to be battle-hardened. I want them to be focused, determined, to enjoy the experience they are about to undertake. They've got a couple of warm-up games, I understand, against Trinidad and Tobago and the United States. These will be important games. We are on the cusp of the under-17s World Cup, under-17s tournament commencing. Let us get fully alongside the youngsters and let's see what happens.
All right. So, well said. Very long-winded answer. I'm going to let Balakar respond to your question because, and I want you to keep this in mind as he answers you. And I want a very short answer because I have to go back to something I just received about the JPL. All right. So, Balakar is going to respond to you. You want him to tell you why he says what he said. And then I'm going to ask you this. Tell me, because with your assertions just a while ago, it is based on hearsay. I want you to tell me the players that you have watched and your knowledge of the players in the under-17. That would lead you to take a particular side when it comes to how far they can go in comparison to the other teams that they'll be matching up with, whether quarterfinals, in the group, semifinals. I want you to consider that as Balakar responds to your question. Go ahead, right? Go ahead, Balakar. He was asking you why.
Yeah. Why for me? Me not too trust the coach. You understand? In playing style, me not trust. You understand? So that's for me. And why you see Reasonable come on now and attack them things and them always say Balakar bias. But them bias because man is man. Then come on and say they want the team do good. But one part only so they want the team fail because no players what them want to say in the team. And the other day when all the players them come and go in at the under 20, we still never qualify. So they need to stop and move on. Just like we say man is man, they remember say most of the youth them are minor. You can't just call a youth so and expect him to just left out the academy and come to Jamaica. They will lose and stay in the academy and then we just drop out the team and then come to Jamaica and go back over, then go to can't play back ball for the same club again. You understand? So they need to understand certain things. Like even me used to preach one time, but then the players them come and then go back to the club, they not get no game, they not get no play. Can't work, so you understand? So reason pass that type man. So my time we have to just do things and try to.
All right,
if a player
Balakar.
not come, if a player not come not because we don't want him, because of circumstances, the youth them I think about their future too.
Yeah.
Just remember good man, I don't need to think about that too.
All right, thanks for that response, Balakar. Chris, anything you want to say?
Brother, I don't know nothing about the under 17. That's all.
All right, wonderful. And then we heard Kwame. All right, response. All right, your time, Rich Poo, and then we're gonna go to some JPL. Go ahead. So you heard what Balakar said, and you heard what I asked you earlier. So, Rich Paul, Paul Sport.
Thank you very much for the for the clarification. Rich Paul Sports here via the Reason Boss. Manning's man, Chris Balakar, viewers and subscribers. What Balakar just said, I've got to concur with. It's a very good point. There's a combination of factors, and I want to be crystal clear. I am a Jamaican. I am one of the 12 men supporting 110% the efforts of any Jamaican donning a Jamaican Reggae Boys jersey. Same ways with the Reggae Girls. Mr. Merron Gordon, I've not been fully persuaded as to his outstanding coaching abilities. The history, Manning's man, the history, the record of successful under-17s campaigns over the last couple of decades is one of the reasons, Manning's man, where and why I have certain reservations and why I am not going overboard. As I mentioned to Mr. Preston on Reggae Boys commentary, when I asked, what are your expectations and priorities regarding the under-17s tournament and the Reggae Boys? For me, as I mentioned earlier, one of the things I want to get from this tournament, personally, is that these players enjoy their football, that they test themselves and push themselves, that they meet and greet the challenge of opponents, live opponents, with their best foot being put forward, and that they will learn from this experience and these experiences in the group stages and then the knockout stages, where it's dog eat dog. You know that I'm a fan of Brazilian football. We saw Brazil knockout stages, Jogo Benito style against South Korea. Then they meet Croatia. Over the hill, they said. But we saw what happened. Knockout football brings its own pressures and expectations. These are under 17-year-olds. I've never heard the bag of expectations as I've heard over the last couple of months surrounding these Jamaican under-17s and the tournament itself. Of course, under-17s is a useful place where talent can be developed, and you can see the first shoots of hope and optimism and talent and skills burgeoning onto the world stage. But there's many under-17 who has not fulfilled their potential. So I'm not expecting a bag of Reggae Boy senior internationals coming from this particular campaign. No, I want them to enjoy their football. But the record has suggested that Jamaica, despite the talent, despite the schoolboy system, despite the Manning's Cup, the Costa Cup, the drafting in of players from America, it has seen many a campaign simply come up short time after time. There have been processes. Let me just add that. Well, let me add one more thing, sir. If I may.
Hey, listen, yes, when I interject, you have to interject. Your answers are you're going too long. You're giving me, it's a simple question. Respectfully, sir. We're gonna have to work out how we can get the answers. All right. Now you're talking about the campaigns. Tell me the 2 times you qualified for the under-17 World Cup.
I believe it was what, 2001, 2011?
1999 and 2011.
2000 and 2000 when?
2011 and the year 1999.
My apologies. Yes, 1999. Yes.
We think we had a different way the tournament was, but in 1987 we had an under-17 team that did well. All right, so 2011. So that's
well done.
From 1999 to 2000. I get in some. I think that is here. You have some fun. There's some sound in. Balakar. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, because I get in some sound there. All right. So let's calculate and work with facts. You soon get to speak. In 1999, so you had 2000 and that's 12 years. So in a 12-year span between 1999 and 2011, we qualified again. So if we qualify in 2023, it would be the same 12-year gap. It would mean that every 12 years since 1999, we have qualified for an under 17. I do not agree that that is failure. I believe that we can do better, but it doesn't talk. It doesn't speak to failure, because in the region that we are, when you look at all the other nations in the Caribbean and in CONCACAF, probably the United States, Mexico have a better record in that regard. So when we speak, we must speak on the facts. And we didn't participate up to that level in all of them from that time, from 1999 to this time. That's part of the argument we must put in it when we do this. So for a nation like Jamaica, with the poor planning, the poor preparation, to in the last 12-year cycle, or in this 12-year cycle, if we can qualify, it would be considered very good. Because if our senior team qualified every 12 years for the World Cup, most of us would say, you know what, that is reasonable and that is good. We also must put in that there was an under 15 tournament that should have prepared one group of our players within that time, that they didn't enter the tournament and there was a fine. And so that group was destined to fail, and they failed. So when we speak, we must have all the facts to present. So when we speak in context of what is happening. I also want us to ask ourselves, what is the record of the other nations at our level in qualifying for these tournaments? Who are we comparing ourselves to when it comes on to this? Who is the comparison? All right? Who is the comparison that we are comparing ourselves with in terms of population size and resources available? All right, so I will hand over back to you. I see Mr. Porter has also joined, and because I have, but just hold on, because I want to give the JPL people, because we're actually there. All right, I have to. All right, so Rich Pool, let me go back to you with all respect. Go ahead, Mr. Porter, and then I'll give some JPL. Let
Man is man. I just popped in for a little bit, just for some clarification.
Yeah.
I heard on the program guys talking about what happened with the ball went into the net. Was there a goal kick awarded to the defending team?
Yes. So how about you had a goal?
So so here are the rules.
The goalkeeper spot the ball on the 6-yard box. His defender is walking up the field. The goalkeeper runs to kick the ball up the field. The ball hit the player in his back and it goes into the goal. And the referee says it wasn't a goal. Go ahead.
And the referee said it wasn't a goal.
Yeah, and Coach Minzy said
the rules and the laws can vary. The rules and the laws can vary. If the referee blows to restart, because a goal kick is a restart of the game. If the referee blows to restart the game and that subsequently happened, then I think that goal should be awarded. But if the whistle was blown twice, that means there was a delay. She saw something or he saw something and want to make correction to that, what happened. And subsequently the goal kick was taken and it hits the defender and goes in. Then, I mean, in all due respect, I mean, she has the right or he has the right to say it's not a goal. But it varies. It varies. But in Rule 16, I think of the football rule, I think Rule 16 says that everybody has to be out of the area, the penalty area. I don't know if it refers to the defending team, the team who is kicking the ball. I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure about that. But if you can check Rule 16 in the football rule, then it probably will explain it to you.
Mannings. Yeah, we have the football law and order man coming on.
Listen. Everybody don't have to be out of the era, Sir Porter. Big up everybody else on the stream. Big up the comment. The rule states that you cannot score a goal. You cannot score a goal from a back kick.
Really? So
only on the opposing team.
So you're saying,
Coach Menzies, Coach Menzies, can you look up Law 16 and read Law 16?
Mr. Porter, you have to let the man finish and then you come in. Go ahead, Coach Menzies.
You cannot score a goal from a back kick except on the opposing team. So you can't score for yourself. If it's going at the goal when the referee blow the whistle, it should be a corner kick. Full stop. And that's my argument. I'm out.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Porter.
What did the law says? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I want you to read the law and Law 16 about a goal kick.
All right. So he paraphrased the law. He says that according to the law of the game, only the opponent can score from the goal kick directly. Right?
Okay.
If I cannot score on myself from a goal kick, that is the law.
And that's the part I said I don't fully understand. So he should read the law and say what the law says because it's there.
So what Coach Means is saying is that the opposing team should have been given a corner. It's not a goal, but it went out of play of the opponent, so it should have been a corner.
Okay, that's why I said this is the discretion of the referee. Whatever the referee wants to do, they're in charge of the game.
Yeah, no, it's not whatever the no, Mr. Porter, it's not whatever.
Listen, in some games, trust me, a referee will blow for a goal. You know that, Mannings, and I'm not, I'm not gonna get into the whole dispute of that.
We're talking about the rule, though. And if the rule says what Coach Minzy said, then that is the rule. It should have been a goal. It cannot be a goal, but it should have been a corner because the ball went out of play. All right. So respect. All right. So let me just go back. Go ahead, Mr. Porter.
No, man.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, man. Go ahead, Chris, and then we hear back from this school.
All right.
Joseph Brown. I'll respond to it, but go ahead.
What man say using the money, man? Like, what did I go through? What did I go through the youth, man?
Yeah, man, I'm good, man.
All right. Just when you listen, you want me to talk about the Macon Aldridge and some other players after this, so you can call back. All right. Yeah, go ahead, Wicked Man.
Yeah, bro. Man, say like, what did I go through the youth, man? Like, why you do that? Like what? How? Like you defended a rep. Why?
That's why the coach was upset.
Yeah, they try wonder if it's some personal beef or something. Why him do that or that not make no dollars or cents right now. It not other match is not matching.
Can I say something, man?
Well, somebody's saying, go ahead. Somebody's saying that the goal, Champ Deck is saying that the goal didn't score from the goal kick. It score off of a teammate, so it score. But I don't know. But go ahead, Kwame, and then reason boss will get you. Yeah.
You don't read on a mathematical perspective. You don't really need to read the law to understand this in a simple, Because look at it this way: the ball into play. The keeper took a back kick. It went into play and come back to a goal. It's a goal because that would be a deflection. It's a deflection if he kicked the ball and it slip off his foot and go into the goal. That would be a goal from a goal kick.
That's what I'm wondering.
But it going to play.
Suppose the keeper was going to kick the ball out and it spin off his foot and go in the goal. Would it have been a goal? I don't
That
know.
would be now a back kick, a corner kick. Because it's a goal from a goal kick, it slip off his foot and go into the goal, but the ball went into play.
Yeah.
And it's like you pass the ball to your defender and he turn and kick the ball into the goal. That's a goal.
Yeah, but if coach means he have the rule book, so anything him say, we are gonna work with it until we get otherwise. But Rich Pool Sport, and then and then let's come back to you and take Joseph Brown. Thanks 1-1 for the super sticker, and then I'm going to go back to what is happening in the JPL. Clovis Alovera is here and lots of things. So let's go back to that. Rich Pool Sport, let me call it Reason Boss because sometimes you think I'm joking and I get the name wrong. But let me just say Reason Boss. Go ahead.
No problem. Full respect to you, management, and the viewers and subscribers. Remember to hit the like button. Joseph Brown, I concur. Full respect for listening and tuning into the program. I concur with you. If we focus in on Jamaica, we need to be responsible for our own house. From my understanding, there are processes, logistics maybe, that prevent us as Jamaica getting the opportunity to utilize the very best width and breadth of Jamaican talent. There are players in England for one reason or the other due to, as I said, processes and logistics that are unable to represent Jamaica, which in my opinion, humble opinion, would make Jamaica a stronger under-17s team. Again, my priority as a football fan is to see the under-17s enjoy their football, showcase their skills and their talent, get used to the hot house of competition and see where the cards fall. I believe that Jamaica have the ability at under-17s level, because one thing I've been checking out on the social media, and I'm sure you would agree, Manning's man, if you disagree, please feel free to interject. But I've often heard it said that Jamaica, up until around the age 17 and below, certainly have talent to match, and that is the equal of many teams and many countries around the world. So, in my humble opinion, I would think that people such as Joseph would be right to suggest that they may have expected more from those who have represented Jamaica in terms of qualifying. I'm not going to use the word failure. I know you use the word failure. I'm not going to use the word failure, but I would have imagined from what I've been hearing on social platforms that the under-17s, according to some, not all, according to some, could have done better, but for a variety of reasons, those talented individuals have not been added and included in the process to produce a qualifying team. But let us see how they get on. I'm looking forward very much to this qualifying tournament. I'm excited, and I'm going in with the proverbial blank canvas. I'm going in with the proverbial blank canvas, man. I want to see how they get on in the practice games and in the tournament. I saw the under-20s. I was disappointed overall. I must say, it was an anticlimax. But these under-17s, let's go again. Dust ourselves off, go again. Dennis Chung has been on and establishing the new look JFF. We've got a new Reggae Boys senior coach. Merron Golden is at the helm. Let's see what they're going to do. And as the 12th man, I am going to be supporting them all the way.
All right, respect. Thank you, sir. All right, so let me just say this, Jason Brown. In life, when it comes on to sports and stuff, even Usain Bolt, though he runs his own race, you must measure yourself to know how far you are, either by some time. There has to be a standard that you measure yourself against. And you also have to use facts to determine your performance. The facts are so and so. If we remove facts from coming to our assumptions, then what it are coming to our arguments, then it's all assumptions. You have to use facts, right? We're not negating. Listen, we're not negating that maybe there were a couple of campaigns that we could have done better, but you'd have to tell me which campaigns what I want Reason Boss to do And I will give him time, people, and he and I will have this conversation. When he started his argument, he said the last decade. Now, if I'm right, the last decade is the last 10 years. I don't know. I'm not very good on these things. I'm going to work with simple
I said
reasoning.
last couple of decades,
Hold
just to
on.
be
We're in
a point of order. Last
2023.
couple of decades is what I said. 20 years, 20-year period, 20-year span.
All right. Last 20 years. So if we subtract, right, 20 from 23, it leaves us with 2003. All right. Which is from 2003, right? 2003, because the last time we qualified was 2001. All right. Very convenient that we are going to begin the process of assessment from the time we didn't qualify, because we could have gone back from 1999, you know. But let's work with your time period. Tell me the campaigns during that period where there were players available to us that they did not select that would have made the team better, right? Because that was part of the argument. The player selection and who are the players were excluded. That between 2003 and 2023, this campaign, if they were included, we would have qualified for the World Cups at the under-17 level, because we have to put facts into it. And who are the teams that would have qualified over in this region? And once we can put that to the people and we can say, listen, these 10 players in 2003, this is the level that they were performing at. And if they were in this Jamaica team at that time, we would have qualified over Mexico and USA. And then we can come to the people and speak to that. All right. So that's number one. Let's come to the second part. Use Jamaica to judge Jamaica and how they perform. So let me use Jamaica to judge Jamaica. I believe at the under-17 level, if every 12-year period we can qualify for a youth tournament, I don't consider that to be failure. I would love for the cycle to be 3 years. So if in 12 years we qualify for one U-17 and one U-20 tournament, I find that, given the context of our nation, to be good enough. And if we can improve it, it would be better. That is my position. That is comparing it to Jamaica. However, I also understand that we could have made the excuse, the Jamaica Football Federation, the Jamaican people could make the excuse that we don't have the surfaces, we don't have the resources. I said earlier on the show that FIFA is now giving monies to Jamaica and every other nation to fully fund for 3 years their under-17 program. All right. So in this year, Jamaica will have at their disposal monies to hire the highest quality coaches that they can to qualify the team. So that changes how we judge and measure them, because now people have excuse whether we accept them or not. But when that happens, there is no excuse. I expect the level of success to rise astronomically, because the one thing that we were arguing about that was causing us to not qualify was resources financially. And now that will be given by FIFA. So now we have no excuses. That's how I measure things. That is Jamaica versus Jamaica. Now, I cannot look at Mexico and say, well, Mexico is from this region and they're always at the World Cup. I cannot look at it and say Brazil are always at the U-17. It's completely different in terms of context. So those are the things that I do to be reasonable to myself and the people. Because in the same measure I judge others, it is in the same measure that I will be judged. And if I'm judging them based on these false parallel, then people gonna judge me the same way. And that is my final thing on that. So that's my thought. But on the what?
I have a question to ask Management because I don't want
I almost forgot that you were here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want it issue close on no one on site, but it's for everybody this question. You were in the conference when the question was asked to Miran Garden about his plan, what plan and formation would he be using in the championship, and his reply was that his style of play would be based on the players he has. So my question is now, on what system he is now selecting our style of play? He is now selecting these players that is in the provisional list to make up the final 23. How if he doesn't have a plan?
All right, couple of things, right?
How would he select identify the players he need?
All right,
if he gonna just like a random squad and he just build a instant like a style of play same time. So how now he dropping out players and he doesn't have a plan, a system, a formation? How is and what merit are?
All right. Let me go through that quickly.
IQ he is now selecting the players from, because if he doesn't have it, how he's dropping out player, he's selecting player.
Let me say, I'm going to try and do something. All right, let me say it this way, right? The way how that question was posed and the response to it, I have a different understanding, all right, of it. So I'm going to show a picture, right, Kwame?
Yeah.
And I would love for you to, I'm going to just do something to show you, all right? So for me, all right, Maron Garden's response, the question was not about his plan. The question was a question about system. And my understanding from his response to the question is creating a system without knowing the players that he would have at his disposal would not be the best option. What he would need to do, right, is to find the players, right? Of course, he spoke about having some basis for the selection, but find the players. And when he finds the players, then from there, you create a system that facilitates the talent that you have. It wasn't about formation. There is a preferred formation, but to define and refine a system, then you'd have to know who you're going to have as personnel. And this is at the under 17 level. At no point did I walk away from that with the understanding that he has no plan of how the team is going to play. Some people may have understood that from received that from what he said. I did not receive that. So go ahead. Let me hear you.
Yeah, but it was a direct question asked, what style of play and the formation he would be using in the upcoming championship. That's what the question based on. And his response to that was he would build a system based on the players he has. So my question now is that you have all different type of players in the squad training right now. It doesn't come down to the final 23 as yet. And what system, if you don't have a system, what IQ or intelligent you will be using to identify those set of players to make up the 23 when some players may be playing long ball, some playing positional based defensive, counter attacking, all type of.
All right. So
What?
Kwame, on my show, I want you to listen to me. On my show, I did a couple of things. I brought on coaches since that time. So what is a system, Kwame? When people ask about a system, give me the simplest definition of what you believe. When a person says what system you're going to play, what is the simplest footballing definition of that?
Your style of play, where you play with a defensive, attacking.
All right. So let me give you the simplest definition of what a system is it has two key functions. The two important things in football, with the ball, without the ball. So a system is what you do when you have the ball, and the second part is what you do when you don't have the ball. All right? It means how you defend and how you attack. So everyone who has spoken about this team spoke about how they are shaped defensively. So to say there is no system at all, it is not an accurate interpretation, in my opinion, of the answer that was given. But I can understand how a person would walk out of there with that interpretation. But that is because a system is what you do. Outside of that, they can do other things. What you do with the ball and what you do without the ball. That is your system. You have a system. Right. So everyone who has come on has said this. The team is very solid defensively. That means there's a system that they have seen clearly of what they do without the ball. The concern that people have is what they do with the ball. So I don't know, but I'm going to show you something, Kwame. I want to show you this, right? And I want you to tell me what you see, right? Just give me a minute or two, people. All right. The first picture, Kwame. I hope you can see it, right? Oh, geez. All right. Tell me what you're seeing. You see the picture that is on the screen?
Yeah.
What are you seeing? What is that? How would you describe that?
It's something like a funnel, But
All right, you see a funnel. Wicked Man Chris. That's fine, man. Wicked Man Chris. What do you see?
It wanna look like Selassie chalice.
It look like a chalice. Richie, what do you see?
I've seen this one before, and it's a very useful, interesting picture. The first thing I personally saw were two faces, and then I saw a vase.
All right, so there are two faces. So Kwame, do you see the two faces?
I never get the first one, but I see the second one, but a flashes of something pass, I never catch it.
All right, so here's my point. You see, all of us look at the same picture. One saw Selassie, chillum pipe. One saw a funnel. Rich Pooh saw two faces and I saw two faces, right? Somebody see a candle holder. But all of us are looking at the same picture, don't it? And all of us have a different interpretation of what the picture is. But it is the same picture. You know that you are not wrong. Because there's a vase. And there are two faces. So if someone said to me, I saw a vase, and next person said that, I saw two faces, neither person is wrong.
Perception.
It's perception or interpretation of both. And some person says, I see two. So the idea is sometimes how we interpret things is based on how everything in our life is. And that's fine. It don't mean you're wrong. So how somebody interprets the coach's answer and how I interpret it, you understand me? It's two different things. Champ Deck, listen. All right, so look at this. Management, that is a simple view. Didn't I say the simplest? Didn't I say give me the simplest explanation of what a system is? 3-4-3 is not a system. 4-4-2 is not a system. So let me say it again. 3-4-3 is not a system. It is a formation.
And Manning's man, it's interesting, you know, because I hear what the brother was saying in terms of the question. It's a very good question, and your response has been interesting, and I can have empathy with where you're coming from. When I did hear that press conference, and when I heard that answer, I heard the question and answer. To my mind, I was giving Mr. Gordon the benefit of the doubt. I was going into that conference, listening to it with the attitude, the intent, and approach that Mr. Gordon knows what he's doing. I went in believing that he is competent, capable, and aware of what he has at his disposal and what he will be endeavoring to do. Yeah. The attitude has to be right. I'm hoping as a 12th man that our attitudes are right, our intentions are right, as well as those of the coach and the players. I don't know if you've addressed this point, man is man. It could be piggybacking on the back of that question, a very good question that was asked. And I don't know if you answered earlier in the show, man is man, but just give a little clarification, however brief it may be. I did hear you on Elite Sports, a very engaging, interesting conversation. I'm uncomfortable, I must say, at times for various reasons. But one of the things that came out of that discussion was the suggestion that coaches may have ego or pride up in themselves, quote unquote, and their attitude, their intent, their maturity in dealing with young players, certain individuals, was not necessarily quite up to the mark. In other words, not as professional as it could be. When we had, you know, JD, big up yourself, by the way, JD, of We Max It, suggesting that there's a difference between dissent, as people were saying, dissent and having a difference of opinion. Is that something that we can clear up, man is man, in your humble opinion? Man is man, we trust where you're coming from, and I hope you like to call a spade a spade. Is Mr. Merrin Gordon and the coaching staff professional enough to be laying aside egos and pride and ready to make competent, quality decisions going forward for this under-17s campaign? I just want clarity before we tune in and watch these Trinidad and Tobago, America, and then, of course, the games themselves.
I don't have any reason to believe that Mr. Merrin Gordon is not a professional. He's a part of the teaching industry in our nation. And when you speak to the schools that he has worked, he is classified and seen as a high-level professional. When you speak to people, his decorum and demeanor is very professional. Whether or not he is the best person to lead the national 17 team is a different question. And I don't believe his professional or unprofessionalism is a factor in how the team plays or not. So my position is simple, right? He should be a professional, I believe he is. But being a good professional don't make you a good coach. But a good coach should be very professional in their conduct. So being a very good professional does not constitute being a good or effective coach. That's what I'll say. But a good coach should be professional in all their conduct. He's very professional, but whether or not he has the quality to lead this team is a different argument all by itself. And I want to answer this whole thing. So let me just say something else, right? I hope that answered the question, Sir Richard. But let me just help Champion. So with formations, right? I can play even different formations within my system in one game. So I in attack, I can play one formation, and in defense, I could play a different formation, but it is the same system that I am using. So a formation has little to do with the system that I play, because formation is when my team is like I said, defending, I could be using one formation. When they're attacking, I'm using a different formation. All right. So we have to the football and let me just say this on the 10th of February, is it? Yeah, on the 10th of February, I'm going to have an Italian coach, and he's going to talk about the system of high press. Right? He's Italian coach. He's going to be on the platform, so stay tuned for that. And he's not going to talk about formation, because you can a system, any footballing system can take on any formation, but not every formation can play a particular system. All right, so all right, so let me just so let me just go on a little. Now, this whole money and this movement of the money and the Costa Cup play and the JPL is crazy, right? Because according to the rules, on a match day, only 5 players, amateur players, can be registered. So, couple of things I want to know. Are the players who are, a lot of them seem to be going to one particular team, are they aware that if 10 of them are there, there'll be a changing around in terms of who is in the match squad on a given day? And are they moving for money, which is moving them from amateur to professionals, or are they moving for playing time? Because if they're moving for playing time, why would they go to teams that are already loaded with schoolboy players? So I don't understand it. Like, why are so many of them moving, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them in one team, when only 5 of them can be registered on a match day? And if they are moving and they are getting monies, doesn't that move them from being amateurs to professional? And if they are now professionals and have contracts, aren't they now forfeiting their qualifications for college? So some of this needs to be explained, because I know that there are teams with several of them. Or is it that some are amateur and some are professional? I take, for example, and I'm going to have this evening on the program, the coach from William Nib, he's also he's going to be on to explain this thing. He's Dwight Jeremiah. He's going to be on. Right? And so I need to find out, like players from William Nib, for example, are moving to Clarendon, and you think like there's Mobile United and Falklands, that why would the players go so far? Is it that more game time is guaranteed, or what would make them move, right, for playing time so far, when there are clubs that are basically in the lower end of the table, in closer proximity, is that they could get? It's very confusing. Right? So let's take some of the comments and see what the JPL people are saying about this. Because like Chapelton are now, and let me warn the Chapelton people, Mr. Michael Scott, who is the chairman, Clovis de Oliveira, Nigel Stewart. You just lost 13 players who came to the club as Schoolboy. Careful not to sign an next 13 players who are amateurs again, who can get up and leave. Make sure this time around, you either tie them down to professional contract, because it's going to be problems. Again, I see William Nib players going all the way to Chapelton when there's Falklands and Mobile United. What is the law? What is going on? Is it that they are no longer amateur players, which means they will not be in schoolboy football for the next season? All of those things. But I have a coach here. This is Coach Miller. He says, he says you need the right players for the formation. You plan to play as a coach. So he says you need the right players. And then Stephen James is agreeing with him, saying Exactly. So I don't know why they're trying to say that the formation is not a part of the system of play. Huh? No, Stephen James, that is not. Oh, boy. Stephen James, you're worse. You're twisting the whole thing, Stephen James. You're twisting the whole thing. Listen, is formation important? Yes. All right. But what we are complaining is not that Jamaica don't have a formation. Because here's the thing. A formation, let me help you. A formation can be 1 versus 110, meaning your goalkeeper and everybody else is an attacker. That's also a formation. So anyway, anything can be a formation. Remember, in the history of football, what they used to do is, you remember, I think Mr. Speed and the next coach, I think before the game said it. Right? So here's how it works, right? There is one team used to be on this side of the field, one team be on this side. And whoever could kick the ball the longest would win the game. All right? So let's break it down. 4-3-3 is a formation. It is not a system of play. When I have a system of play, when I start the game, I could look like I'm playing 4-3-3. But if my opponent has the ball, that formation could now change to 4-5-1. That's not my system. That's a formation change. I change the formation because the system that I am playing, when I am without the ball, I play low block, mid block with narrow defense. Right? I could change the formation again when I have the ball. Remember, I started out with 4-3-3. When I have the ball, I change because I'm in possession. I have 3 at the back, 3 in the middle, and 4 up front. If I ask you, what formation am I playing? What formation am I playing? What would you tell me? You can't tell me that I'm playing 4-3-3. Because when I'm with the ball, I'm not in a 4-3-3. And when I'm attacking, I'm not playing a 4-3-3. Because the system that I play determines the formation that I use when I have the ball and when I don't have the ball.
Well said, Mannings. Well said, Mannings. I'm following what you're saying and you're speaking. You're speaking. I'm going to have to make a move.
Team, nobody has come out and said the national team don't have a formation. You have a formation. What people are asking about is system.
Absolutely.
When you look at Arsenal starts game with a back 4, 3. Sometimes they look like they're playing 3 in the middle, and they look like they're playing 3 up front. All right, with Saka, Martinelli, and Eddie. When Arsenal has the ball, depending on what side of the field the ball is on, Zivchenko, for example, become a CDM. What formation is Arsenal playing at that time? You can't say they're playing a 4-3-3 because they are not. So what you do with the ball and without the ball, your formation changes, but your system remains the same. Because the system is defined by what you do with and without the ball. So counter-attack is what you do with the ball. High press is what you do without the ball. Ball possession is what you do when you have the ball. That's what system is. So all of those things you're talking about, come on, man. Let me get the coaching book, man. Let me get the
Points
coaching
well
book,
made.
man.
Points well made. The form is how it looks. That 4-4-2, 3-5-2 business, but the
So normally
system
what happens?
can be fluid. It's action. What happens? Pressing, counter, defense, high press. Yeah. Well described, Mannings.
Because what happens is that what normally happens to us is that when we look on the names of the players and the position that they play, we normally say based on the position the players play, this is the formation the team is going to use. Right? So if you see Luke Shaw, Wan-Bissaka, Varane, and Harry Maguire, the first thing that comes to your mind is that Manchester United is playing a back four. Because that their defense, but you don't know what system they're playing. Right? You don't know. You don't know what system yet, but they have a formation. So most teams have formation. Right? So having a formation is not your system.
A form, a look. That's all it is.
There you go. It's like, let's do it this way. The formation is the steel work when you're constructing a house. When you look at it, you can make some assumptions. You can make some assumptions that will look like based on how the steel work. But when the material is poured on it, you begin to see the complete working of the house. So nobody's saying that you don't need formation. But the formation don't dictate your system.
Right.
The system that you have with the ball and without the ball determine the formation that is applied. So here you are.
Of course, you do have to have the players. You're going to have the players who are adaptable and understanding, have the IQ to perform in the system with the formation. Absolutely.
Exactly. So what Arsenal does without the ball is different from what Manchester United does without the ball.
The discipline. Yeah.
But when you look at the two teams, they play with 4 players who play in a back 4, 3 in midfield and 3 up front. So they have the same, you'd say they have the same formation to start a game. But what Manchester does with the ball is different. They play a lot of counter-attack football. They sit back and play high. Arsenal try to win the ball up the pitch higher. That's their system. So because of that system, it is important that Granit Xhaka and Odegaard pushes up. And that means that Zinchenko has to come inside. So their formation changes while Manchester United may still sit with their back 4 in a solid back 4.
Yeah, I'm going to have to make a move and hope to catch your program. When are you next coming back on this evening, Management? How many hours?
We have the William Knibb coach coming on. It won't be a long show. He's going to just share some things on football and the same system things, talk about that rule and what's going on at William Knibb and with so many other players going into,
It's a very interesting question. I have heard about this rule, and it's very interesting that you've picked up a pattern. So I'm be fascinated to hear what the coach of William Knibb makes of this whole eligibility thing. Very interesting. Very interesting point.
I'm very concerned. Wicked man, Chris, you can, all right, reason boss, respect. What I want to know is why so many of these young players are going to the same team when only 5 of them can be on the match card. Are they going to these teams for money or are they going there for playing time? I cannot understand it. So many of them going to one team. How are they? I mean, this is the time when they need to be playing regularly.
To me, still, as I make me say first say earlier, granted some of them are pro or semi-pro and some are actually amateurs. So it's a mixed bag. But watch this now, man. Somebody say Jamaica this. See? So if a man not get paid on the books, a man not get paid run a one part because you know avoid. You know what's about you run money. I don't lie me at you. So you don't know say a man now go on void him college eligibility. But he might say, all right, I want that amount there, but pay me run one part underneath the table. Me no want but no them ear and see. But I just the truth. So oftentimes when you see things like these are happening,
they might get paid, but it's just unofficial.
yeah. So oftentimes when you see things like this, that is a factor. Or if them not get paid, they are getting perks such as the club will provide them with lunch money, fare, and some other little things and so forth, where they take off a much significant burden off of for them people then. If you understand me, I say. So there are other things attached to it, not just they might get paid unofficially. So for narrow down an exact answer as to why, can't tell you. But I definitely feel like them need to regulate that something that the amateur something like work.
Yeah. All right, we have a caller and then Kwame, we're going to hear from you and then we can yeah man. Welcome caller to I Am Sure Sports.
Sir man, it's good afternoon and good afternoon to the panel.
Yeah man, good afternoon.
I just call it to clear up the system of play.
Coach Barris.
To the
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, man.
Now I think where most people having the confusion is formation and system are basically the same thing. The difference is system of play, not really system. All right.
Okay, but you have to explain that to them.
No, what happened? The formation and the system is what you'll see a team line up in. So, for example, you line up in a 1, which is the goalkeeper, 3-4-3, which is 3 in the back, 4 in the midfield, and 3 on top. However, that is also known as a system. The system of play is basically the methodology in terms of how you go and attack and how you go and defend within the system.
Yeah.
All right. So
man. But I think right here is just that we weren't adding the play to it. The formation and the system of play.
In order to make the differentiation, it has to be system of play, not system.
Okay. So say system of play and formation.
Yeah, system of play. Yeah, system of play. When you say system, you're basically talking about the formation. System of play is what makes the differentiation in terms of whatever system you use.
Which is what I said to him, which is basic. What you do with the ball, what you do without the ball.
Yeah, that is now system of play, not system.
Okay.
But I think because you keep on referring to it as the system, a lot of people not really getting the understanding. But it's really system of play and not system. System is basically the same as formation.
Okay. All right. All right. Yeah,
and the other part I want to ask you, as the U-17s come to a final 20,
Yes, I think there's a final 20. There's a press conference tomorrow that the official will be I think sent out by the coach. So there is a press conference tomorrow at 1.
You know that tomorrow is the 1st of February.
Yeah, man. So the names have to be submitted. I think one of the reasons why they had held on, from my understanding, is because they were hoping that the player called Zach Lovelace could have been the player from Rangers could have been included, but
but man is not to take up the program. But I spoke about this on several platforms. I mean, is it? I don't understand, and I mean, I'm asking a question. The fact that we now just arriving at 20 players, does it give us enough time now to prepare for actual match play? Are we were preparing for match play while not knowing who the final 20 was?
I think the coach is all right. So I see here's a, and this is
it's kind of tricky, man.
All right. So let me answer you. You run a team. In the back of your head, in the back of your mind, you have 30 players, right? You in that 30, you have like a first 11. You have not yet selected your full 20 out of the 30. When you have a practice game, you have a preferred 11. There has been a consistent 11 playing, and they have certain players that come on. But some players were injured and some players could, like Javin Williams, for example. They had him training, hoping that he would recover. He's the best centre back. The MRI just showed that they tried him yesterday. They realized that his knee is not going to hold up. But so they had an ex-player who was there learning and understand exactly what they're supposed to do. So that player is in the 20. So I don't think like they never had any clue who the players were, and they had no clue like who the goalkeeper would be. They had 3 goalkeepers who were very good, and they decided that, listen, all right, now that we have to name a squad, we're going to just pick these 2. So it's not like they didn't know. They have no clue who the goalkeeper was.
I agree with the management. At some level, you will understand and you will see and know in terms of probably a first 15.
Yeah, there
or
you
a
go.
first 16.
There you go.
But I'm saying, the sooner you know this, it's best to narrow down and now prepare for the game.
Well, what we should ask at the press conference is, one of the questions should be, Coach Garden. I mean, yeah, I mean, how long have you spent working with, the core of the team, the core players, and how long ago that is a question that needs to be asked.
That's the question I'm trying to arrive at. In terms of, was it enough time in terms of working with the core of the group, preparing for the match? I'm not talking about looking at players now for selection. Preparing for the actual match, which is Cuba will play on the 12th.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though, Coach, all right. So again, I will say this. The 11 players that have been starting most of their practice games, the starting 11 will be made up of those players. So it's not like, okay, wow, now that we have named the 20, we are going to start preparing for the tournament.
Which I know management, but I'm saying now, look at the 2 players that have been omitted, that has not been there in terms of the international kit. What if these kids was not a part of the final 20 in the last minute?
What if
that's what I'm looking at.
I don't understand I don't understand the question.
Is it that thing? No, what I'm saying is that thing that these 2 players will just automatically come in and play.
Which 2 players?
The 2 players that we haven't get from England. I'm looking at this possibility. What if?
I know about a Zach Lovelace. That because he plays for Rangers. Right?
He could just walk into the setup.
You're gonna let me answer. You have to let me answer. You know, I'm going to answer. I'm going to let you talk, and then when I'm done. Remember, I said it earlier, I don't know if you were listening, right? Because we've gone back to under 17 again. I will just come off it. But let me answer you. They had sent like and this is what has been reported, that they had asked that he come to Jamaica earlier, meaning they were going to buy the ticket and all of that for him to come to Jamaica earlier, so that even the paperwork could have been processed from here in Jamaica. Like I said, but as a father, the player is a part of the Rangers team. All right? He would not have been allowed to travel until the last game, which was Friday, which would not have been enough time for the paperwork to be completed. Now, here is my position. If I am a coach and I have a player that just played for Rangers and scored 2 goals, if it is 7 days before the tournament, this is my opinion. If it is 7 days before the tournament, I'm calling him into my squad.
I understand calling him into the squad management, but I'm saying,
and I believe that he would be good enough to start in my team. If he can play for Rangers in the Scottish Premier League and score goals, I'm starting.
But management, here's the problem I'm trying to discuss now. He's good enough to start into your program, into your team, not understanding your system of play. So that is the confusion now I'm trying to get at.
Well, maybe I know my system of play. My system of play, because he plays for Rangers, I am going to trust that as a forward, when he comes to the team,
he understands. He knows their system of play.
Here's what I'm saying. I know
Man,
me.
is, let me cut you. Man,
But you know, let me answer. You ask the question, and this is always the problem with Coach Boris. Like,
no, let me cut you. Stop you. I see him. Man, is the same foolishness why we don't qualify for the World Cup.
But let me tell you now, Coach Boris. Let me tell you now, Coach Boris. Let me tell you how you like. So, come, I'm gonna be real with you, right? It's when you come onto the programs, it's almost like you want to come and say what you want to say, but at the same time, no, but let me talk. You talk about same foolishness. You're part of the problem, brother. You're part of the problem. No, man. Let me finish from here.
No, go ahead. I'll finish now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. All right. So what?
Why we don't qualify for the World Cup?
So let me answer you. Let me answer you.
Because we feel like we can pick up professional players and just bring them in to play a game.
So Coach Boris, hold on.
Why is it we need a system of play?
Coach Boris, you know some respect. You have to go listen to me now. You have to go listen to me.
Yeah, I understand.
You're telling me that the Reggae Boys coach right now need to call Mikel Antonio and tell him to leave West Ham to come to Jamaica, come for training camp?
Not for the training camp, but at least some level of preparation for the match.
So hold on there, man. May I ask you a question? Because me I go by your reasoning.
And I'm saying,
let me ask you the question, brother. Let me ask you the question, man. I want you, man. Have some respect, man.
Go again.
Stop talk and listen first, man. Come on, man. Do this, man. Both of you are adult, man.
Yeah.
Your reasoning is that the people need to have time to learn and for the system. We have a coach right now. Are you suggesting to me, yes or no, that he needs to call Mikel Antonio and Leon Bailey, tell them to leave and come to Jamaica in preparation from in February now for the game against Mexico, because they are professional and there's no way they can fit. They can just come in. Demarai Gray, for example. Let me finish now, man. And then let me finish. Do not interrupt me. I'll give you time to talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're suggesting to me that the coach cannot call Demarai Gray 4 days before we play Mexico, because Demarai Gray, who plays in the Premier League, cannot learn what to do in a Jamaica system before the Mexico game. Is that what you're suggesting to me? Yes or no?
I'm saying to you, management.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. All right. So what? Okay. So the argument are done then?
I'm saying to you, management, it's all well and good these players do not come in terms of a camp situation, in terms of trying to select a squad. It's a difference when you're preparing for a match, management.
But how you get professional players to come? The guys are professional at Rangers. How you get him to come prepare for camp? Where you get that from?
Coach B.
I'm saying there's a difference.
Coach B.
Listen, you're not
listening. Hold on, man.
Hey, you're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening. You are not listening. You're not listening. You think you know everything. You need to listen.
No, I'm not.
You're not listening. You need to listen. You need to listen. You're not listening. You just said you're not listening. You're just a rebut, and you're not listening. You are talking about a player who is a professional. He plays already.
I'm not.
Coach B, in the academy, he starts for the big team. He might play in the big league.
Listen what I'm saying. I'm not saying there's a problem not calling the player into the camp. Fine, the camp is all right. But I'm saying we need to have these players within reasonable time so we can have them to prepare for the game.
Coach Boris Johnson, we're talking.
I'm not talking about the camp.
Coach Boris Johnson, we are talking about one player. You said, you talked about the two.
Why
Lord have mercy, why the man don't listen? Why the man don't listen, man? Me not interrupt you, you interrupt me every time.
It's not the case, people don't talk about the system of play.
Brother, are you going to stop interrupting me, man?
Go ahead.
You are speaking about 2 players from England, right? One we are talking about, Zach Lovelace, who is a professional who plays in the Scottish League for Rangers. He plays.
Good.
Right? You are suggesting that for him to learn according to you, the system of play he needs to come when? When?
Management, at least, give him a week of preparation with the team.
But then you know how if he came with that what? Lord have mercy. Then yes,
But that's all I'm saying, management.
Right, so hold on, no. Yes, he said.
We're not talking about a camp.
Hold on, man. So listen, no. Let me show you. So all that you have just said then is not making any sense because all the listen. Let me tell you now. Because all the teams will have at least 10 days of preparation, which is part of the whole rule. So when Jamaica goes there before the game, they're not going there before the game, you know. There is a week. So what is your point? There is a week.
Man, me agree to the team of 10 days of preparation, but go and check how many players arrive within the 10 days. We don't need to argue this management. I saw from speak about 5 before him.
What? I don't understand what you're talking. You just said.
Go and check how much players arrive within the 10 days of the training camp.
Which training? What training camp? Listen.
No, but you just say.
Listen.
We have a 10-day training camp.
No.
Before the game.
Coach Boris Johnson. All the players, including the players, there are players who are from Inter Miami, Richmond, Atlanta. They're in camps. They have been in camps all this time. All right? That's one. The player we are talking about is Zach Lovelace. Zach Lovelace, if he had his paperwork, would have been a part of the team from now leading up to when we leave. You'd have played in the 2 games against Trinidad, and then the team will be leaving to go to the tournament, and he would have been with them for the game that we play. So he would have had more than 7 days.
Than 10 days. Okay.
Right. So I don't understand the point that you are making unless you're talking about in the past.
No. Management, you're correct what you said.
Me?
You had no specified the time that he would have arrived leading up to the 12th. That was what I was trying to, that window was I was trying to trash out.
But I also said to you that if I have a player coming from a Premier League club or a Scottish league 7 days before, I am putting in my team, because I said that to you before too. I would have enough time for him to learn the system because of where he's coming from. So there's no argument. We can go back to the past. What I will agree with you, which is what we said earlier, that what I can what I can agree with you is that, which is what I said earlier, FIFA has given funding for the next under 17, right? So here's what happened. The JFF should start preparing the next, which is what they're going to be starting in March. So in March of this year, they will be preparing a team for the 2026 edition, which is what should be happening. But even when you start doing that, if you have a player who is playing, say you have a 16-year-old who is playing for Stoke City, he's not going to come to those camps.
Management, I would never invite a professional player to a camp. Don't get me wrong. All I'm saying, he has to be there at some point in time for the preparation of the game. And you say 7 days and you trash out what you said. And I have the understanding now going forward.
Okay, so you don't have no problems then?
The problem I have, we're taking too long to start this program, and I'm trying to figure out why. That's the problem I have, management.
But I just said to you, I said all of these things they went through the Coach Boris. All of these.
That's the problem I have, management. The problem is, why is it we taking so long to start all these preparations?
But I just answered that. I just said to you that one of the excuses, I said it earlier, one of the excuses our football administrators would make is that Jamaica don't have enough money to be preparing a team 2 years in advance. Right? That was the excuse. I don't agree with it, just like you.
Okay, good.
So here's my point. That excuse is no longer. You want to know why?
Yeah.
It is no longer because FIFA has given them funding for a 3-year project for the next under 17. So they can't say
Hallelujah.
they can't say they have. So what I would suggest that you do is that you should apply for the job.
Man, I would, but the reality of it, I mean, we not the problem I have with the football there, and I've been kept saying it over and over. Too much emphasis is placed on schoolboy football from a coaching point of view and the player's point of view. Also, we do not stagnant in terms of a 3-year growth.
We don't stagnate. We don't stagnate, not stagnant.
With our players. So therefore,
no, man. No, we don't. Let me correct you. You said that we don't stagnant. To be stagnant means
no, we don't stagnate. No, I'm
right,
saying we don't stagnate the age of the players in terms of a 3-year, 2-year development.
But I just said that is all right. So let me say it again.
So you're saying that is coming on stream now for 2023.
Let me say it again. One of the reasons why I am saying that I'm giving this administration are the persons in the administration, the persons of coming a chance, is because starting March of this year, in fact, in March, they are coming to your side of town, and they are going to, I think, New York to find players at age 13, 12, and 14 right? Because they want to start preparing them for the next under 17, which is 2026. Because I am saying to you, because the excuse that they normally give is that they don't have any money. Now FIFA has given money. They don't have no excuse, because if we don't see the youths, right? So I'm saying that if we don't see the youths now, with this, like I said, staggered process, and we can argue, because FIFA has given the MAs monies to do this. So there should be. So I'm saying that we can complain about the past, because it should have been happening. It wasn't happening. And every time you talk about it, they would say, well, where are we going to get the money from? Nobody not giving us any money. And listen.
So now they have the money to start in March.
FIFA, let me say it again. All right, so FIFA, right? You know that FIFA has funding. So you have to write.
Man, make a cut a bit. And I don't want to say I disturb the program. But frankly, I don't want you to debate from FIFA of the money. It's either they get the money to start in March and going to start March. But this thing of FIFA of the money.
Boris, listen.
Them all compare the same thing to money.
Boris, just listen, man. Just
go again. We could try again.
All right. Yes, Steven James. Thank you. 2025. Sorry, we got 2026, 2025. All right, so Coach Boris, let's go through this, right? So I recently put up the documents, right? So FIFA has monies for the MAs. It falls in different categories. The FIFA don't just come and say, here is the money, take it. So listen. What you have to do is to write out the proposal. It happens with like UNICEF and all of those big USAID, where communities can write, right? And when you write the proposal, the project is accepted and passed, and then the funds are released. So it's not like FIFA come and say, okay, here is some money, here is some money. So one of the new persons who have come into the Jamaica Football Federation is a gentleman by the name of John Wall. And part of his role, apart from being the assistant coach, is to write this proposal to get the funding. One of the first one that was done was the funding for the under 17, which became available it is available for the next cycle. So it has been approved. So that is why I'm saying to you, FIFA is not going to give them the money. But when they hire the coach, when a coach is hired, FIFA will, guess what? Pay the coach, because that is part of it. When the camps are being arranged, the proposal is there, the monies will be released. But FIFA is not going to just say, all right, here is $10 million. Do you understand? Yeah, that is how it works.
I understand the point now. I understand the point.
But me think, deep down in my heart, me feel you know all of them things there, already,
Man,
deep down in my heart, me think you know them already.
No, honestly, man. If I had known, I wouldn't be asking. But it's good to get to the forefront. So the public and the listeners
Me swear, say you know already, you know. Honestly.
The panel have a clear understanding.
You have to convince me. You say you never know nothing about this FIFA funding.
I'm looking forward to honestly. I know about the funding, but I didn't know that they already sent in the proposal in terms of their proposal.
No, man, I'm not asking you if you knew that they sent in the proposal. Did you know that FIFA have made funds part of their new thing for youth development and talent identification?
Yeah, I know management. I know.
So you know that
FIFA have funds for the talent identification team.
Yo, brother.
Football for school. But management is a different management and FIFA having the funding than sending the proposal. Because if you don't send the proposal, we're not going to get the funding. So now that you're saying the proposal is already in,
okay, so I understand it. I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is that you know that there is money available, but you didn't know that something was done to get the money.
In terms of sending the proposal, that's the bottom line of it.
Okay, so you didn't know that. All right, so I'll give it.
That's the bottom line of it. I know the different funding that people have that's available, but I don't know how often they write and send in the proposal so they can get these funding.
So have you ever spoken to anyone in the federation, seeing that you are aware of it, about doing the proposal to get the money? Because you're a former national player.
Man, I tried to speak to them.
You try to speak to people.
I've called people listen, I've called people directly. Because we are trying to help and we want to help.
Yeah.
From they will have to decide that. You understand? We are not here to just come in and run into the program.
So you have spoken to people in the federation about the funds available?
No, I haven't spoken to anyone about that.
But that is what I'm asking you. That is what I'm asking you is this. You are aware of this. You know that there has been a problem with preparing the team. Why didn't you call someone in the upper ranks of the federation to say, listen, FIFA have this available. You should consider a project, writing a project to get the money.
Man, honestly, I thought of it and I tried to reach out, but I think.
How you tried to reach out? I want to know. Did you reach out or you tried to reach out?
No, listen up. When the under 15 came, the under 15 ladies, my thing was to sit and have a discussion with the technical director when there's downward and whoever was on the trip, but the time span and it didn't materialize. So therefore, like you said now, stuff that I had aware of and wanted to bring to their attention didn't automatically happen at the time. That's just the reality of it. Because the tournament, as you know, was a short thing. I was occupied with other stuff and they had to get out within a certain time. So it was really communicated. And then from that, there was no formal dialogue in terms of reaching out to say this, to say that. It's just the plain reality of it. But as I said, now that it's on the table and the proposal has been in, and it looks like we're moving in the right direction. So I just hope it's something that they look at seriously and be taken seriously.
So no, they're in a position that they can hire any high quality coach that they want.
I mean, I can make myself available, and I know other past players will, in terms of helping with some form of scouting for the project, whether it be locally or internationally.
All right. Like I said, they should be heading your side in March, and I think they're going to New York to find players with Jamaican connection to start.
Yeah, and let me tell you, let me use the forum to reach out to all coaches in the diaspora and hoping that this is something that everybody can come on board with in terms of to move the football going forward. Because, I mean, those of us that understand the importance of youth development, I think it's a train that we need to try and ride and manage. It's just the reality of it.
Okay.
It's just the reality of it. I mean, we have helped in the past, and we have seen the result in terms of good preparation and good planning. So I think it's something we only hope that we have been given, we will be given an opportunity to at least voice our opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, we are open. Now we are still open. We at least get the opportunity to voice our opinion. Because, I mean, for some reason or the other, I don't think much of us in terms of past players really get an opportunity to put our opinion on the table. And it's just the reality of it. So I'm hoping going forward is something that can happen wherever in the world we are as past players and now coaching the game at good level.
But there
So
are
I mean,
it's kind of funny, because there are other past players who is involved in this project.
Which I understand, but I'm saying management, people can involve and we don't know.
Yeah, because you know this player called Jason Roberts?
Yeah.
All right. Jason Roberts is one of the persons who is part of the talent identification thing, for FIFA.
No, we wouldn't. But look at it. We wouldn't know that now until you bring it up on your forum. That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
Because I'm sitting waiting for that project to also roll out the talent identification scheme to see who is a part of it and see how best we can add our input to it. You see? And that's why I want to use your forum. Can we get all the coaches in diaspora on your forum in terms of some form of meeting so we can communicate all this with the JFF or some form of membership from the JFF?
But Coach Boris, so as a former national player, right? You don't have dialogue with anyone in leadership in the Jamaica Football Federation?
When I said dialogue, I can't just pick up the phone and call somebody.
Why? That's what I do,
I don't have that access management.
So I can't just pick up the phone and call Wendell Downsville,
I understand you're one of the top journalists, management. Come on now. Your platform is one of the biggest platforms going around the world. I don't know platform going around the world.
No, bother with that.
I'm just a humble coach.
No,
trying to see the football at a nice level.
Did you play as part of the World Cup qualifying for Jamaica?
I was a part of the squad, training squad and all that, but as I said, management.
And you're telling me that you can't call Wendell Downsville?
Man, I didn't want to say it, but I tell you this. There's a kid in England that just migrated from Jamaica that is capable enough and talented enough to play in the under-17, and I sent his profile, and that's just it. So as I'm saying, I don't have the platform.
Hold on. So you said that you found a kid in the United Kingdom, and you sent his profile.
There's two kids, one in the United Kingdom and one in Canada. These kids that just leave Jamaica. They just migrate like 2 years ago. Or 3 years most.
Okay. And who did Who did you send that if you don't mind?
Who I send the profile to?
Yeah.
I send it to people that is actually a part of the JFF. That's what I tell you. I don't have the film for that.
That's very sketchy, Man, you send it to me and Coach Minzy, because people say we are a part of the JFF, and we are not.
No, I didn't send it to you. I didn't. I was very upset when I didn't send it to you. Because probably if I had sent them to you, they would have gone places based on your platform.
Are you sent it to Coach's desk?
No. I didn't send it to any of the bloggers, which I think I should have done. Because you guys are so powerful that you now start to bring about some change because you are the one now holding people accountable, which we appreciate.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I send it to people in the JFF and no form of communication has come back. And we can't just leave it there, management, and hope again.
Hey, listen, but you know that, all right. It's a Coach Boris. All right. You know that. I mean, you talked to a coach recently, not true? And like the coach that say, and a coach that say like, yo, say, this person, and you say like, yeah, man, me know the person there. And that alone make you get all the job. Not true. No. Listen me asking. Recently, right? Or sometime in recent past, you spoke to a coach, right?
Yeah.
Spoke to an organization about a job, and you got the job because a particular name got mentioned in the whole process. And that name that was mentioned, right? So we don't want to get that. You agree that happened where you are concerned?
Yeah, but
right.
Understand this. I had to produce preference.
No, man. Here's the point I'm making.
I understand where you're getting at, man. That's small word. I understand where you're getting at.
So here's the point I'm making. Right? That happened, right? It's not the name that you mentioned, you know. It's the organization that you were getting the thing. I know people there. So I heard that you went. So the point I am making, and they told me about the other person whose name was mentioned. So the point I am making is this. If I am here in Jamaica, that happened in the United States now, in your territory and your domain. Let me call it that, right? And I knew about it, and I was asked questions, and I say, yeah, man, very good person, and you should consider him. And they said, definitely, all right? And you know how I profile things. You cannot convince me that you who play for the Jamaica national team, coaching Jamaica, cannot reach out to people so you can get in touch with coaches and those people.
Man. When you say coaches, yeah, I can reach coaches. But coaches at what level? When I can pick up the phone and probably call a Premier League coach, there's not much in terms of probably the youth national coach from 17 to 20 and upward that I can pick up the phone and call management.
Okay.
Yeah, I can call players that probably in touch with these guys.
Okay.
If you understand what I'm saying. I don't have the direct connection to the management. Management, why would I have the direct connection? And here's two good players that could represent us, that wanted to represent us.
All right, so here's what I want to do. I'm going to help you now. Because you said the players could have played under 17, which means when the next under 20 start, then go and qualify, don't it?
Man,
no,
my only fear is only fear now in terms of level of conversation. They don't become neglectful. You understand what I'm saying?
All right, so follow me. All right.
Because
all right. So let's assume reasonable assumption that they are not going to be neglectful about representing Jamaica. All right, so listen.
They will. If not, then they will be for the 20s.
They will be for the 20s. So here's what I want you to do.
Yeah.
Get the information, and what I will do is from now, because you say them recent, that means them have them Jamaican documentation. I will begin.
Yeah, man.
Hold on, man. I'll begin to put the information together so that when that time come up, their names will be the first on the list.
Good. I will send you the information, management.
All right.
I will definitely send you the profile of the two players.
All right.
And you remember that female player also send you the profile of.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't send you the profile. I just send you a picture.
Yeah, tell me, yeah, but didn't that player didn't that player get called to the US team? Or this a different one? Is it a big tall
in the US setup?
Yeah, it's a big tall player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's somebody that could have represented us.
All right, so here's the good news. You see what happened now? Like you see the female football. May I try to stay far from it. I'll tell you why. As a person, like I feel like if you say that the female are unfit, it is seen as being very disrespectful.
I understand.
So I try and I have to be true to myself. If you look unfit to me, I'm going to say you're unfit. And I feel like if you say those things, some people consider it disrespectful. You understand me? To the females, so I try to walk away from it. So I would not necessarily, I don't want to follow up on that part of it still. That's how I feel right now. Maybe that will change. But maybe that will change. You understand me?
But I'm saying management. The point I would love to make though is.
Well, point you make doing, but go on.
I don't know if we can use their forum where we can come together as a group and have the dialogue with the JFF, and we.
Well, Stephen James has said that Stephen James has basically said that we mustn't do the JFF work. We must. I guess we know if we have no dialogue.
No, but we can't think so, management. We can't think so, management. We can't think so. I mean, we can have the dialogue and we understand and see where we can fit in to best help.
No. Hey, hold on. Stephen James. Stephen James. Coach Boris, did I tell you? Because this person is saying that I asked you to help the JFF to do a proposal for FIFA money. Did I ask you that?
No.
Okay. I just want you to say it. I did not, at no point did I ask him that. All I said is that. All I said to him was that if you are aware of why didn't you say something to them? That's all I said. And there's no way I asked him to do up the proposal to get the money. I did not. Right?
I'm clear to clear that management. I didn't have to say anything to them because they were at all the community meetings.
There you go.
So
there you go.
They know what was said.
All right. So let me just help Stephen. So this is not something that was there long ago. It is something new that FIFA rolled out recently.
Yeah.
It rolled out recently. So it's less than a year. It wasn't available for the last cycle. So I don't know how we get there. So all I was saying to him is that I knew that they knew. So the moment that it was said in the Congress, many Caribbean countries started applying for it, including Jamaica. But they didn't finish writing their proposal until recently, and it was released. So I don't, you understand me? Yeah.
But management, I said, can we use your platform to gather the troops so we can sit and have the dialogue in terms of
I don't like
where is it?
I don't like the gather the troops business. So like we are going to enter into something.
Management. The reality of it, we need. I've seen people from the diaspora all over the tournament, and it's the same question being asked because there's a lot of coaches there that want to help in terms of even the basic scouting.
Yeah, but Coach Boris, all right. So you know one of the things I love to see. I see like Paul Young is out here now, and he is
he's a Pitt Beer.
Yeah.
He's helping Veer United.
Yeah, he's helping the Veer United. I've always said, why Coach Boris don't come to Jamaica, come help out, man? Put himself
man, listen, I make a reason, make a test it out on your program.
Yes.
Man, go back to 2010. I assisted Jeffrey at my former club, Waterhouse. You remember that era?
Yeah, but then you moved. You were not in the States at that time.
Oh, no, well, I never just thought.
Oh,
what happened? I assist Jeffrey. Mm-hmm. The following season, I become the head coach because of some depart company with Jeffrey. I sit with the club and we sit and reason, going forward in terms of the new era of the football. We sit and we plan everything. Man, it's not only to see in all everything. People don't want to do what we not even add in the discussion. If you understand what I'm saying. And I'm saying if we're gonna be there to help in terms of the football, it's useless management. I sit down, plan a program with you, put everything in place, and then now you in turn, this is what you want to do.
So why not do the Excelsior thing? Because Excelsior all go,
man. Management. I was at Excelsior and it's the same situation. The problem is, understand the problem in Jamaica. We don't understand.
So the same problem you had at Waterhouse is the same problem you had at Excelsior.
And this is the problem.
And did you have it anywhere? No, man. Did you have it anywhere else?
I didn't have. I have the same problem. I didn't have it anywhere else. I had an academy in terms of the GSM that we used to run. That a lot of players come through, and the objective was, if we can get to the professional, we get to the professional. If we have to go to the college route, we take it to the college route. A lot of kids went off to college. Now the whole situation changed in terms of the football and where school is concerned. If you understand what I'm saying, management. Now, I'm a parent of 2 boys, so I understand in terms of how crucial and how critical education is in terms of us as Jamaican. A lot of people now selling the kids and professional, and the reality is management.
What you just said?
No, I'm saying to you, the old philosophy changed so drastic that people don't understand when you come and they put in development program in place in terms of to create first team players for the club, because 5 years down the road, a Jamaican players will be selling for $1 million or $2 million. They didn't see that. So understand how well we do with vision. So therefore, when you see and understand the vision of where the football is going 10 years from now, and try to put things in place, and people don't want to comply and work with that, we're going to have problem management.
So you're saying that you met with Excelsior and you gave them a 10-year plan. You gave them a
not a 10-year plan, management. Not a 10-year plan.
You gave them a 4-year plan.
It wasn't even a 4-year plan.
You gave them a you gave them a 2-year plan. You gave them a 2-year plan, and when you gave them the 2-year plan, when you started, they wanted something different than which was in the plan.
That's what I'm saying. You started and the program start roll, and you start to see a little light at the end of the tunnel. And as soon as look at it, as soon as you create that, you're out and somebody else is in. So you don't even get a 6 months.
I see what you mean.
So I'm saying,
we have to slow down so the people can understand. So you went to
it's not even because of result management.
So you went to Excelsior, you gave them a 2-year plan. It wasn't result, but they started seeing light at the end of the tunnel. And the moment they start seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, they relieve you of your duties.
Management, here's the problem. We as coaches know that certain level of the football is result driven. I will never coach a Premier League and don't tell you that winning has to be at all costs at a Premier League level. At a schoolboy level, it's also very important. But understand there's different aspects in terms of you're dealing with student athletes.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to understand what the point you're making, because you said you went with a 2-year plan, an estimated 2-year plan.
The point I'm making, management, there's a thing in Jamaica that I understand. And this is the reason why I say, you know what? Take up your bag and try a different environment. We were big and huge and developing players from a holistic point of view. Now, the problem is, as soon as you develop these kids and they come to the forefront, now look at it. When I was at Excelsior, within my first season, we had qualified for the Walker Cup, the Champions Cup, and we are in the quarterfinal of the Manning Cup. But management, winning the Manning Cup wasn't my main objective.
Hold on.
Winning the Champions Cup.
Hold on. Coach Barris, man, just make it a second.
All
right. So, you set the objective or the school set the objective? Whether it was
we both set the objective.
So you're saying to me, Excelsior gave you the job and their objective was not to win the Manning Cup?
The sole man is the first year of the program, man.
No, man, that's not what I'm asking you. You said your objective was not to win the Manning Cup. My objective. My question to you is that when Excelsior gave you the job, their objective was not to win the Manning Cup?
It was management, but the reality
so let me stop. No, man, just hold on now. So if you get a job as a coach, the people have one objective and you have one objective, and they are different. Why did you take the job?
Management, I understand it's my alma mater, and there was nobody there. So my thing was come in, develop the program,
No,
Because
but
I
Coach
understand
Barris.
development management.
No, man, no, Coach Barris. So watch me.
Yeah, that management.
Yeah. We lose Coach Boris Johnson. Coach. Hello?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. All right. So I need to slow this down, right? I need to slow this down. So you went to Excelsior with a two-year project. The Excelsior hierarchy wants to win the Manning Cup. Your objective was not to win it. But you knew going into the job that their objective was to win it. Why did you take the job?
Management, I'm saying, listen up. I take the job because it's my alma mater and there was nobody in terms of to coach the team. So rather than not taking the job and not having a team participating in the competition.
No, Coach Barris, we not agree with that.
Understand?
There's no way. There's no way. You cannot convince me on this program that if you never coached that team, Excelsior would not have a team in the competition. You can't convince me that. That is Excelsior.
Management,
A PE coach would coach it from the school.
Which I agree. Management.
So you didn't have to take the job.
No, management.
Because the objectives are different. If I go to a club and they say to me, listen, we want to win the competition and I don't want to win it. There are two different objectives. How can two work unless they agree?
This is what I'm trying to discuss with you. People not understanding that the football has a lot of factors. Now they are not covering all factors properly.
But that is why you shouldn't take the job. But that's what I'm saying. You shouldn't take the job. You're saying to me that everything that you have, the people were in the opposite of it, and you still took the job.
No, I'm not going to tell you that they were in the opposite of it, man. I'm just telling them my objective as to the school. Every school wants to win a Manning Cup.
No, man, but your objective and their objective.
My objective, management, at the time when I came in, was to develop the program
and not to win the Manning Cup.
Into a first-class program, and then next year we'll see the success. And that's what a lot of people understand from a schoolboy level.
All right, so hold on. When I say see the success, does that success, because for some schools, success is advancing out of the group. For some, it's getting into the final. How are you defining success?
Management, success for me was in terms of how well the players develop so they can move on to the next level, whether at the college or whether at the professional
So hear me now,
level.
Coach Barris. I understand that, and that is a noble idea. I cannot fault you for that. But listen to this.
Man, I understand these kids play three competitions. I understand these kids play all three.
Let me finish now, man. You see, what you are saying about development is crucial, and I respect that. All right? So, but here's the truth. When a school like Excelsior who has had success at the schoolboy level, their past students and the present students and the school board pumps money in the football. Though development is a key component, they are doing it because they want to win. Let me finish. You are saying, watch, that you were more concerned with development than winning the competition. Excelsior was concerned.
In the prestige management.
Excelsior was more concerned with winning the tournament than developing. So you got, watch this, you got to Flow Cup, got knocked out. You got to Walker Cup, got knocked out. You got to,
all these were quarterfinals.
You got knocked out of all the quarterfinals. If they believe that the team was good enough to go to the finals, could you see why you and them went separate ways?
Man, I don't think they had believed that the team would have done so well. I don't think that. Based on what I come in and read.
So you're
I feel good about the players because I understand most of them have gotten the opportunity to come to university.
Yeah, man.
Some will be with future doctors.
That is good enough. Hey, listen.
Some will be with future doctors and some will be with future lawyers. And the problem we have...
That is beside the point, though.
And yeah, I know, but this is the point I'm trying to make.
Go ahead.
And I think you said it at some point in time. Not every kid understands football. Football and sports can be used as a vehicle and can become a career. That's the reality of it. Now, there are players that will use it as a vehicle and there are players that will see it as a career. People have to understand it. And I think this is the point that we are missing. This is the point where we are missing. There's a lot of schoolboy players, and I hear say it on the forum. They could basically sign to play for a Premier League club at a professional level. But they choose not to because they are using the sport as a vehicle management. They probably haven't seen it in their careers yet. We need to understand all this. And if we don't come to the point and the realization, we are going to lose a lot of young players. I said it already, and I'm going to say it again. We're going to lose a lot of young talent. Because we are seeing them as professionals. I have management, players that I developed that I swear this kid would play somewhere in the Italian Serie A. And when he went out to college, he called me back to say, you know what? I'm now in medicine and I'm out of football. And I said, wow, look at that.
But Coach Boris, let me tell you this. There is no school, I would want to believe, that don't want what is best for the kids at the school.
Oh God, man, you'll be surprised.
So are you trying? No, Coach Boris, let me tell you this. Respectfully, I understand your position. All right. But I would say our high schools in Jamaica want what is best. When we have Kwame, man is have to yeah, man. Yeah, Kwame, big up yourself. Yeah, man. Sorry about all of that, Coach Boris, take over the show. Big up Kwame, all right? So we're gonna do this now. So Coach Boris, because we soon get to forward. So the court, I believe the schools, big up Kwame, you understand me, respect and thanks are coming on as usual. The schools want what is best for all the students, right? They want that. But that does not mean they don't want to win the competition. They want to win the competition. So having successful kids does not stop your football team from winning. And
which I understand, management.
Let me give you, hold on, let me give you an example. There was a Jamaica college student, I think last year, who had several subjects and several CAPE and CSEC subjects that did well at champs. The captain, the man in school, for example, their squad have 6 farmers, like at least 10 of those players of the 20-something have 8 subjects or more in CSEC plus CAPE subjects. Did well for the last couple of years. That's so. However, hold on, man. That does not mean that Manning did not want to win the DaCosta Cup. So they want to win the DaCosta Cup still.
Which I agree to. I agree, management. But sometimes I think that each entity, they need to look at what kind of program you come in as a coach and inherit. And what time frame?
When you get that Excelsior side, weren't they doing good? It's not like it was a bad Excelsior side you got. Wasn't that a side?
It was totally a rebuild. It was a rebuilding. Remember, I rebuild the team and leave it, and then Shabar came in.
All right,
so it was basically a rebuild mode.
So you got the rebuild.
Yeah, that's why I told you I took the job, because somebody had to rebuild and develop. So that's why basically.
Yes. So maybe they think that you did the rebuilding and it was time for you to go.
Okay.
I don't. I'm just saying. I don't know. Nothing's wrong with that. They said, listen, because you just said
nothing wrong with it, management. Nothing wrong with it. As I told you, it's my alma mater. And
so if they call you back, would you go? If they call you and say, come now and take the school, because Xavier Gilbert move on to bigger things, would you take the job?
Yeah, without a doubt, man. But here comes now the discussion in terms of my objective and their objective. You understand?
So what would
Because
be your would your objective to be? So I say I have some influence and I can make some calls and to listen. Coach Boris Johnson is available, you know. What is your objective?
Man, my first objective is to develop quality human beings.
Coach Boris, why do you think like if you win the Manning Cup, you're not building up quality human beings?
No, that's what I'm saying. Develop quality human beings, winning the Manning Cup, and giving these kids an opportunity.
No, Coach Boris, listen.
So they can move on to their full potential.
So you and I are phrasing this differently. Big up Reggae Boys commentary. Let me just read this one. It says, Michael Hector close to Sheffield Wednesday deal. Junior Fleming and Tyrick McGee will stay at Toulouse and Cass open for now. Adrian Mariappa to New. What? Not until the summer. Big up, Simon. All right. Listen, would you mind if an Excelsior person came on and share some views on this?
No problem, man. No problem.
We have the great Elite Sports TV.
I'll tell you, your platform.
Yeah. Big up Elite Sports TV. Go ahead. Coach Boris said that he got the team to rebuild and he was in the rebuild.
Ask Coach, when Coach come in, may I ask him which team him rebuild? My team or which area you talk about, Coach Boris? Because when you come at Excelsior, you come and get a good team. Man leave the first time and went to Idle. Take Idle to.
But Brian, remember at the back end of the team, a lot of the players leave. Remember we lose Delana Barnes, we lose Kevin Blackwood, and we lose quite a few players. Come on, remember now.
No, but Barris, we lose them player. Them player that wasn't a player that started in our team. Only Zelana Barnes, Kevin Blackwood, they wasn't getting in the Excelsior team. Minamino went to Ulmas.
What? You're telling me, Ryan, that you had a team with Zelana Barnes and Coach Barry say a rebuild and Zelana Barnes could not.
Well,
Ask Ryan. Most of these kids are coming from another team. Ask him.
Well, what happened, Mannings, we win Coles 3 years straight. I think when Barris came in,
most of these kids are chance to
we win 2 Coles, but when we lose Kevin Blackwood to Jamaica College, he wasn't a starter in our Manning Cup team. Only Zelana Barnes, the players who will lose, like
we lose other people. We lose Caro. We lose Caro.
But Barris, they were not going to start in our team. That's why they go elsewhere. They wasn't going to start in our team. They wasn't good enough.
Oh, come on, Ryan. Most of the players I call would start in the club.
No, Coach. Coach. Well, on Coach. Remember, some other player and you just came in. You know? Most of these players would not start in our team. So when you have to rebuild, I don't think you did a fantastic job because.
When I say rebuild, don't get me wrong. It's not in terms of the players, but the whole system of player, the whole formation that are coming was a whole different thing. Was something new to you guys.
Yeah, that was true. You take us to I'll be honest.
Don't get me wrong when I say rebuild.
Yeah, but Barry, when you get what you see how communication is important because when you were telling us about rebuild, which is why Ryan came on, we were thinking that you were talking. No, you just explain yourself.
It's not so much the players, but in terms of
so you had
the formation and the system of players.
Hold on. So you had a good team.
Yeah, we are a very good team, man. And I will lose some players, which I will tell you again.
But Ryan said that
would have been critical.
Those players that you said they lost critical players out of the team.
No, Manny.
Ask Ryan.
Barris. Well, Coach. Back your broom to memory lane. Coach, when you came in the first time, we lost player to Ulmas, JC, and Georges. Only player we lost to Georges, Zelana Barnes, just came from the Under-17 World Cup, where that definitely automatically starting our Manning Cup team. But Kevin Blackwood and Atkins, Bumpy, all of these players went to Woolmer, and they would not start in our team, and they're not even them players that will lose, they're not even weak in the team. because we have a strong.
Man, we lost Scarrow to Georges.
No, Scarrow now go start now with team coach.
Oh, Scarrow not be starting as Scarrow was a part of this player was a part of the winning and that.
So me was a part of the winning team too, coach. Just listen. Patrick Campbell, good centre back. I can remember that team there. Riley that went to all even JC the another year when you leave, when Aliman came back. We have a strong team. So we losing these players to Woolmers and JC.
Was the team expected to win something that year, Ryan?
Yeah, I think we have a good team where because they were expecting a lot from this team because winning the
Coach Barris, that's why the problem happened, Coach Barris, because the people them expect to win based on all of the things, because them win Colts couple years in a row, good quality team, Coach Barris.
Still, although them expect us to win, but I think Barris with the professionalism that Barris it seems like with that college or playing overseas, we get chain in Jersey, Wolipa ball, Wolipa stuff where formation wise, he's the one who opened up my brain, different level, coaching and preparation. But I think
I'm saying that. No, man, I don't doubt that.
Should I win even the Walker Cup? Because we went to Walker Cup, semi-final, quarter-final. We went to Manning Cup. I don't think we went quarter-final in the Manning Cup and Walker Cup in the Walker Cup.
And you went Champions League.
I think the year after that, Barris went Champions League.
All right, so what I'm saying, Coach Barris, because Ryan, I'm going to say this to you and Coach Barris, for you to be able to get 3 sets of jersey, a lot of money was spent on the program.
Oh, I know Barris bringing all of them money.
So
I was trying, honest man, this was my plan. I was trying to change the mentality of how we see the sports.
Yeah.
So I myself, with my contacts that I said, you know what? There were kids in the group and everybody wanted to move on to university. So I said, you know what, let I create the university and the professional atmosphere.
Yeah.
So they have an understanding of what is it they're moving on to. So all of this was from my resources management.
Oh, so you weren't being paid on those things?
Money.
Not outside of paying, but the uniform and stuff that he talks about.
And like meals and because I'm just thinking like with your kind of plan, you know, which is how the football is supposed to be, you know, the school probably would have pumped in resources.
Mannings, when first
we didn't. I mean, we are attached to the game for some quite in time, so we have people that we can tap into in terms of being around the game, in terms of resources.
Okay, I see what you mean.
I have a lot of friends. That coach at the college level, and this is the problem. This is the situation with them some of the time. What happened? They will sign to Nike, and then the following year they move on to Adidas.
Right, so they give away all the gears. Yeah, man, we know that.
Yeah, so all that stuff, we'll try and utilize it in a positive way.
All right.
It still remains the same.
Yeah, let's hear from Ryan, Coach Barris. Ryan, go ahead.
Coach, I must say, coming into Excelsior that year, 2011-12 season at Manning Cup. Mannings, I have never seen anything like before. When you talk about organized training session, we know what we're going to do the another day and another day and another day and another day. You know, it's very fine. The meal was good. All of them, the jersey, all of them thing, the preparation and everything. And that's all I know about preparation because that year, that's my best year in schoolboy football or my entire football career when you're talking about preparation.
Yeah.
As a goalkeeper, I think under Coach Barris Johnson, my game go to the next level. So I must appreciate all the great work he has done. But I didn't know what went on after that the another year. I think I hear that Coach Barris get a lot of fight in the second year and stuff. But I think he do a good job. But even I must say this, blackboard work, we didn't have that with Aliman, but Coach Barris bring it to a next level. A projector and all of them.
We used to use a lot of match analysts when we watch back film management.
Yeah, so he has done great. I think if him still at the school, I think would have got to the next level. And him bringing some goalkeeper coach from Celtics at the time. I think Celtics at the time. Goalkeeper coach come and coach me and all of them stuff. So even at that point, I know about goalkeeper of third hand. I didn't know that since this goalkeeper from Celtics come and,
Yeah, do those things.
done great, but I still beating him, not winning something that year because it was a good. Even this thing when here people are come and talk about high press and low press, I know that from 2011, 2012. Yo, Manny, I'm telling you, we beat up every single team. May I tell you the truth, no, Manny? You see, if Manning Cup that play in the summer, Excelsior win it every year. Because we get distracted when the season starts with the schoolgirl. Them. We beat up.
Yeah, one school up management is a whole different thing again.
We beat up every school when they talk about high press and low press. Press as a team. We know that if one person press, that's not the work. You have to press as a team. We call high press, low press. It was fantastic, man. It was really, really entertainment, and that's where I know about preparation because I have the best season in Manning Cup. Hey, Mannings, ask any KC man. I leave them all 7 o'clock KC still up a Constant Spring. Them need a win.
With Georgina James.
Georgina James. Mannings, I left all of them at a Constant Spring. Go there, no one go check them. Them never score. Everything I pick out of the pigeon. So I must say, Coach Barry has done a great job and I really appreciate it. And Mannings, it was a big that honest team that qualified 2011, He started all the preparation, him and Rudolph Feed and all of them stuff there, So Barry has playing part. Even at Waterhouse too, he have playing part. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Should I win something like
the situation, like I said, we want to use your forum and our best we can garner. As I said, don't use the truth, but past players.
Yeah. Ryan, me say Messi Marshall, Javan. Hold on. Me say Javan East, so you always are complaining in there, regular boy. Tear up the net against Excelsior.
Messi Marshall scope on me.
And Javanese.
Javanese never scope on me.
Man, he said Javanese and Messi Marshall score and Calabar beat Excelsior. That's what Calabar man said that.
And for the number 10, where the number 11 name, Coach Barris, he's shot.
Javanese.
Not Javanese, man. You have a next one you usually play for Calabar. Him shot, just like Messi.
Scott.
A Scott and my boy around the team. Javanese wasn't Javanese, but Javan was a good player.
No, it was Scott and Marsh.
Scott and Marsh run rings around me. How much you get that day up? Coach Barris? About 5. The man them 5.
Yeah.
That was a good team. That year the Calabar should have win something, bro. That year the Calabar team that was good.
Yeah. All right.
What man
my sister in the comment section. No, I tell Barry say, I tell the coach say, remember say the coach just come in, The players them will leave us different from Zelano band, they will not start in our team. Even Blackwood, if Coach Barry Johnson tell him say, yo, if you're not play right back, you can go out your yard. And he want to play midfield. But he end up go Jamaica College and go turn star at Jamaica College, win the Manning Cup. You understand? But that team that was so big, Mannings, man. Blackwood could even get tonight. But that's
the reason why the man them level Coach Barris, man, because the man have a big team and win nothing, man. He can't complain, man.
I always stop when it take them at least a year.
No, man. It don't matter.
Man, don't catch Barris, bro. Barris have to understand, say this is a result thing.
It's a results game. With nothing. You go semi-final and quarter-final and lose everything. And still want the job.
Yeah.
But as I said, man, with a 3-year program, would have been on the podium.
Yeah, but you can't get, if you get a team like Ryan said that, when Zelano Barnes wouldn't necessarily start, Blackwood wouldn't necessarily start, and win nothing. You can't want to give more time.
But Zelano Barnes, but the rest of them, bumpy. Coach Barris, you get a
No,
good
but
team.
man, as I said to you,
Coach Barris,
understand
you
the
get a
system of
good
play
team.
and the formation that I brought.
Coach,
So that was new ball game today.
whatever you want to say, you get a good team. Right? You not go around anything, brother. You get a good team. You remember Sancho? You remember Sancho that we asked if him know me. And Sancho is on the team
Yeah,
there.
man,
You know?
Sanchez.
Sanchez.
Yeah, man, no, but remember Sanchez had to sit out because of his ears. Remember?
No, man, coach, him go upper six, him play with we, brother. Him and back said them, brother.
No, him sit out. He played like about 2 games and sit out.
But if for that make you lose your job, you deserve to lose it. The team was too good for you.
I think I should have gotten a 3-year deal.
But if you get a 3-year deal and you feel it first year, what is the easy one? You get that
Management, the first year is to understand the formation and system of play. The second year is no
Coach Barris. Coach Barris, you missed the point. You get a good team. If you get to quarterfinals, and you don't win nothing, you have to lose your job.
No, management, to be quite frank, some of the kids that Ryan talk about is when I came in, their level of play risen. That's the reality.
No, but Ryan is saying that you got a good team. Of course, them level up, but you still get a good team. You ignore that, you know. You act like it. You get some players who are never good, and you have to rebuild a program, which is not the case.
Mannings, the man get a good coach. You get a good team, man. Take a league coach. You get a good team.
Man, some of them is when I came, it raised the level of play, man.
I am not saying their level. Ryan just admitted that he learned certain things as a goalkeeper. So I agree with you that the levels would have raised. That does not mean that you should not have won. And if Excelsior relieve your duties, because Excelsior, like I said, the Excelsior hierarchy came into that season expecting to win. And you know win nothing.
So man, what do you think? Going forward, I need a 3-year plan or a 4-year plan?
No, well, right now, because you didn't get a good team and fail. How we gonna get? We have to see what you did in the first year. with a I think that extend it.
So, may I tell you truth, man, may I get football, I don't want Boris Johnson to prepare me. If me really get me, don't have the fitness already, but football, if me have Boris Johnson to get me, when they talk about preparing a team, Mannings, I don't know about the tactical and genius, but when they talk about preparing a team, Boris Johnson.
Yeah. But now I realize like Boris Johnson kind of vex a certain way, you know, because him believe he do a good job at Waterhouse and then them relieve him. Him go accept him do a good job and then relieve him. We can't understand it.
No, management, the Waterhouse saga wasn't so much in terms of good job. The Waterhouse saga was we had sit from day one, had clean dialogue, put things in place, and then people all of a sudden want to change it. One of my things at Waterhouse management was signing only players that could come in at the time and play in the under 21, which were younger players. For that reason, we didn't have to sign no players because we had won the under 20 the year before. With the likes of Darren Mattox and all those guys. But as I said, management, coaching in Jamaica, most of the problem I face is that I don't think a lot of people that within the organization understand the kids and understand what is it the kids really want. And then sometimes it creates a big problem.
Coach Barris, here's what I'm going to say to you again. You want to bring in kids or young people. You want to build a program for 4 or 5 years. The man who is spending the money in year 1, he still doesn't know if in year 3 you're going to win, you know. Him want results now. So while you build, him want you to win. So if you're not winning, at the end of the day, Ryan said it's a results game. You cannot go around and say you build players and you never win nothing yet. Man, I'll ask you, so why you win?
But Mannings,
no, you know, I would have said that management.
Barris, you know what I want to get clarity. Based on my knowledge to the game and based on you coaching me, I think Boris Johnson is a coach. Me can probably wrong. And this is no dig at your coach. I love you, I respect you, and I appreciate everything you have done. But to me, as a player perspective, to get a team prepared for tournament World, you're very good at that. I don't want to say it in a wrong way. I think if you reach to the finish line, I think you would have been Bucky. I think he's a more, what I call it, a more coach development. You need a long term. You need
Yeah,
a
and you're right, Ryan. And you're right. And that's why now going forward I focus on mostly development.
Yeah, you have to get some like under 13 and you understand under 13, under 15.
Yeah, because him all right.
With
Separate
football involved with it.
Mannings, may I tell you this, Mannings? Based upon my knowledge about the game, about preparation, Mannings, top goalkeeper in Jamaica at my age, better than my 2011, 2012 in Jamaica. Me are the best. Me I tell you, me are the best. When it come on about preparation, bro,
yeah.
Brother. I'm the first person to come with player taking stats where they stand in the stands, how many passes they make, how many shots they take. And the next day, we go over the score sheet and we work on the weakness and the strength to come back again. So based on my knowledge about him, I think he's a more long-term coach. Mannings, man, where he need like 6 years to prepare. Like all the under 17 team. Give it from now for the next under 17 or the next under 20. He will deliver when he's supposed to deliver. But for winning trophy, and I don't see him as a coach like that. I can probably wrong and think, but that's where I see it and that's where work, when I see work for him. And I can talk about many players that he work on and take them to the next level. But to be the finished article, I see coach as that. You understand? And that's my honest opinion. He's a man who want to have a 4-year plan or a 3-year plan.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how I see it.
Jason, send me the link. We're gonna read the 2010 article, you know. Jason, send me it via WhatsApp, then we read it, you know. Omari Hutchinson just went on loan to West Brom, I believe. So there's the article, Coach Barry. So we're gonna check it out and hear what it's saying. You know. You understand me?
Okay.
It's in the, I think it's in the Gleaner.
How far article that? Bob Barry answer?
yeah, from 2010. So we're gonna check it out.
Man, the man said, man, I play a CD you have me a playing and I beg the man. And give me them already, you know. But boy, Boris, you need to give me some more of them.
This is from Waterhouse. It said Boris leaves Waterhouse in limbo. Leaders Waterhouse Football Club may be going into this Sunday's end of round final against Tivoli without a head coach. As Boris
that's
Johnson
what I told you, management has nothing to do with results.
Has reportedly left the club after less than 6 months at the helm. However, club chairman Bruce Bicknell says neither he nor the club president Ricardo Chin has received a letter of resignation from the coach. Frankly, I hope that he hasn't, Bicknell said. Johnson was promoted to the head coach position after the club fired former coach Jeffrey Maxwell, who led the club to a 3rd place finish in the DPL last season. Maxwell was fired on June 10th with immediate effect. He was reportedly at philosophical odds with club president Ricky Chin over the future of the club. Chin said that then that following Maxwell's departure, that the club was now on a path to develop the young players of the club, and the current coaching panel that included Johnson will create a philosophy to ensure that principle is realized. However, according to sources, Johnson has been having serious concerns about the operation of the club since the very beginning of his tenure. All right. Some of those concerns reportedly involve players not being paid on time and the lack of equipment. Sources also said that Johnson had tendered his resignation more than a month ago and was to take effect in mid-October, but he was asked to stay on. Bicknell refuted those claims and had given the tough financial times the club offered everyone on staff 75% of their salaries with the assurance that they would receive the balance within a week. The club chairman said everyone appreciated the fact that the offer was made. Despite the problems, however, Johnson led the club to the top of the DPL after 10 matches. The club has 25 points from 8 wins, 2 losses, and a draw. The club is 3 points ahead of Tivoli Gardens and 5 ahead of Boystown. Waterhouse has 9-point lead over defending champion Harbourview and are currently 6th in the standings. Repeated calls to club president Ricky Chin went unanswered. During one attempt, a woman answered and advised that Mr. Chin was in a meeting. She was unable to say when the meeting, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
Man is good enough, man. If you get to him, want him gone in a money. So Barris.
Yeah. Yeah.
Based on that result report, you see what happened? Development plus there's no team in the Premier League that ever garner so many points in our first round management. Tell this. Tell this management, but this management, but this as I told you, it's my situation. Management, you know we had Darren Mattox. And we had never played him in the Premier League because he wanted to go to school.
Yeah.
I had never played in the Premier League, and I told him, I said, Darren, playing you're going to lose your eligibility. This is my situation.
Hold on. Ryan, you have to pick up the conversation later, brother, because almost 4.5 hours behind, you know. Coach Barry, you have to go, Ryan, because me have to leave right now, people, I tell you.
As I said, we just want the platform to use to see if we can rally the troops, see how best we can help the JPL and get the football on track and get it moving in the right direction.
All right?
So I don't know if yourself or Ryan.
Ryan, I'm going to shut you up later and continue the dialogue.
And we can conference everybody and in terms of coming to the forum, coming to the table and see how best we can help. All right?
All right, big up Coach Barris. Ryan, so you have to talk to Coach Barris later. Yeah.
Blessing, Ryan.
Yeah. Yes, Coach.
You have to continue the dialogue because the show got too long, you know. I'm telling you. Yeah, man. But respect Elite Sports TV. Bless up yourself.
Yeah, man. Big up to all of the people in the comment section. It was a good conversation. Keep me going.
Yeah, man. All right. People, bless up yourselves. Listen, thanks every single one of you for being on the show today. I am management. This has been I Am Sure Sport. This has been a marathon of a show. You understand me? Have yourself a blessed evening. Listen, if you have not yet hit the like button, please do so before you go. And if you have not yet subscribe. We are just like 5 or so subscribers from 5,000. So go and also hit the subscribe button. I am management. This is I Am Sure Sports, and we are over. And we are OUT out of here.